This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, aka Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 28, 130 Ways to Cook Salmon. Broiled Salmon, Recipe 1. Marinate slices of salmon in olive oil and salt and pepper, minced parsley, bay leaves, and mixed herbs to season. Soak in the marinade for an hour or more and broil, basting with the marinade. Serve with caper sauce. Broiled Salmon, Recipe 2. Take a young fish weighing from 4 to 6 pounds. Clean, split, remove the backbone, and broil. Sprinkle with lemon juice and red pepper. Broiled Salmon, Recipe 3. Take 3 pounds of the tail part of the salmon. Let it stand for 6 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice with minced parsley, 2 bay leaves, and a sprig of thyme. Drain and broil. Serve with maitre d'hotel sauce, to which a teaspoonful of chopped chives have been added. Salmon broiled in paper. Season salmon steaks with pepper and salt. Wrap in buttered paper, twisting the ends. Broil and serve with anchovy or caper sauce. Broiled salmon steaks, Recipe 1. Season with pepper and salt. Broil carefully on a buttered gridiron. Pour over melted butter. Garnish with parsley and serve. Broiled salmon steaks, Recipe 2. Sprinkle with pepper and salt. Dredge with flour and broil, basting with melted butter as required. Spread with melted butter or with maitre d'hotel sauce. Broiled salmon steaks, Recipe 3. Marinate the steaks for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper. Broil carefully and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled salmons a la ravigote. Marinate salmon steaks in seasoned oil and lemon juice and broil quickly. Serve with ravigote sauce. Salmon cutlets in papillotes. Butter large sheets of white paper, sprinkle with crumbs, and fold tightly over small cutlets of salmon. Broil carefully over a slow fire. Serve in the papers. Salmon cutlets with caper sauce. Marinate for 2 hours slices of salmon in oil with minced parsley and onion. Dip large pieces of paper in oil and wrap carefully around each slice, fastening firmly. Broil carefully and serve with cream sauce, to which capers have been added. Salmon steaks with parsley sauce. Season salmon steaks, dip in melted butter, then in cornmeal, and broil. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and pepper, add the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and pour over the fish. Boiled Salmon, Recipe 1. Wash and wipe a small salmon. Wrap in a cloth, tie securely, and put into the fish kettle. Cover with cold water, add a handful of salt, and boil slowly until done. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of boiling cream and a tablespoonful of the water in which the fish is cooked. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled Salmon, Recipe 2. Chop together a carrot, an onion, a stalk of celery. Fry in butter. Add half a cupful of vinegar, 4 cloves, 4 peppercorns, a bay leaf, a sprig of parsley, and 6 cupfuls of boiling water. Boil for an hour, strain, cool, and boil the salmon in it. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled salmon with egg sauce. Tie a large chunk of salmon in mosquito netting and simmer until done in salted and acidulated water. Drain, skin, and if possible remove the bone. Serve with drawn butter sauce, to which chopped hard-boiled eggs have been added. Boiled salmon with green sauce. Boil a small salmon in salted and acidulated water. Take up carefully and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling to 2 cupfuls. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add the reduced liquid and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped capers, 1 tablespoonful of chopped parsley, the juice of a lemon, and 1 tablespoonful of butter. Pour over the fish and serve. Boiled salmon steaks, Recipe 1. Wrap each steak separately in mosquito netting. Put into boiling water, to which has been added a slice of onion, a bay leaf, a blade of mace, 4 tablespoonfuls of tarragon vinegar, and a teaspoonful of salt. Simmer for 20 minutes. Remove carefully, drain, serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled salmon steaks Recipe 2. Boil the steaks slowly in salted and acidulated water to cover, or in court bouillon seasoned with wine. Serve with hollandaise sauce. Boiled salmon steaks Recipe 3. Cook the steaks in water to cover and add a celery root, a small bunch of parsley, salt and pepper to season, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Strain the liquid, thicken with a tablespoon each of butter and flour cooked together, pour over the fish, and serve. Boiled salmon à la piquante. Boil slices of salmon in court bouillon seasoned with wine. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with piquante sauce. Boiled salmon à la Waldorf. Boil a large piece of salmon in salted and acidulated water, seasoned with herbs and spice. Drain and keep warm. Add 2 cupfuls of the liquid in which the fish was cooked, 1 wineglassful of white wine, and 2 anchovies rubbed to a paste. Boil for 15 minutes, then add in small bits a tablespoonful of butter. Serve the sauce separately. Salmon with oyster sauce. Boil 2 pounds of fresh salmon in salted and acidulated water to cover, with a chopped onion, 2 cloves, 8 peppercorns, and a small bunch of parsley. Drain and serve with oyster sauce. Salmon cutlets with oyster sauce. Boil large slices of salmon in salted water until done. Fry a small onion, chopped in oil, add 4 dozen oysters, cut small, 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, the liquor drained from the oysters, 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar, and pepper and salt and anchovy essence to season. When thick, take from the fire, add the beaten yolks of 4 eggs, and reheat, but do not boil. Pour the sauce into a platter and cool. Lay the slices of salmon on the sauce, brush with egg, sprinkle with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Salmon à la Supreme. Boil a salmon in court bouillon with wine. Drain, cool, skin, and serve with tartar sauce. Mayonnaise of salmon. Cook fresh salmon in a court bouillon. Drain, cool, skin, and serve with mayonnaise. Salmon pudding. Flake the fish. Add half the quantity of breadcrumbs, a tablespoonful of melted butter, a teaspoonful of onion juice, and pepper and salt to season. Beat 2 eggs light with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Mix with the fish. Put into a buttered mold and boil for an hour and a half. Serve with a cream sauce seasoned with lemon juice and anchovy paste. Baked salmon Recipe 1. Put 4 salmon steaks into a buttered saucepan with 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock. Season with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, and a pinch of allspice. Add a heaping teaspoonful of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten and a little minced parsley. Arrange a mound of seasoned mashed potatoes in a deep platter. Take the skin from the steaks and arrange them around it. Pour the sauce over, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Baked salmon Recipe 2. Wash and wipe a small fish. Rub with pepper and salt, sprinkle with paprika and powdered mace. Bake carefully, basting with melted butter and its own dripping. Take up the fish carefully and add to the gravy enough stock or water to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Season with tomato ketchup and lemon juice. Pour around the fish and serve. Baked salmon Recipe 3. Rub a small cleaned salmon with olive oil. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Put into a buttered baking pan and add 1 cupful of boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Baste every 10 minutes until done. Take up the fish and keep it warm. Thicken the gravy with a teaspoonful or more of cornstarch mixed with a little cold water. Season with grated onion, lemon juice, and tomato ketchup. Baked salmon with cream sauce. Wrap a large middle cut of salmon in buttered paper and fasten firmly. Bake in a buttered baking pan, basting with butter melted in hot water. Take from the oven at the end of an hour, remove the paper carefully, and keep warm. Bring to the boil 1 cupful of cream and add 1 tablespoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with a little cold cream. Add 1 tablespoonful each of butter and minced parsley, and pepper and salt to season. Pour the sauce over the fish or serve separately. Salmon baked in paper. Season a large piece of salmon with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. wrap in a large piece of buttered paper and pin firmly. Put into a buttered baking pan, cover, and bake for an hour, basting frequently with hot water and melted butter. Take off the paper and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked salmon steaks. Put the steaks in a buttered baking dish. Lay bits of butter upon them, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and grated onion. Bake carefully, basting as required, and serve with caper or tomato sauce. Baked salmon cutlets. Put salmon steaks into a buttered baking pan with half a cupful of hot water and half a cupful of white wine. Sprinkle with salt, paprika, and grated nutmeg. Cover with raw oysters and crumbs fried in butter. Bake for 20 minutes. Take up the fish carefully. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add the liquor from the pan and a teaspoonful of anchovy paste. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Pour around the fish and serve. Salmon à la Windsor. Season salmon steaks with salt and pepper. Dip in egg and crumbs, put into a buttered baking pan, and bake quickly. Serve with any preferred sauce. Stuffed salmon. Clean, bone, and parboil a small salmon. Rub the inside with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Stuff with chopped oysters, minced parsley, and seasoned crumbs. Fold together, put into a buttered baking dish, and bake for half an hour, basting with its own dripping. Salmon steaks à la Flamande. Sprinkle a buttered dripping pan with chopped onion and season with pepper and salt. Lay salmon steaks on top, brush with the yolk of a beaten egg, cover with a layer of chopped onion and parsley, season with salt, red pepper, lemon juice, and dots of butter, and bake for half an hour. Salmon en papillotes. Use 6 small salmon steaks. Season with salt and pepper. Butter sheets of white paper a little larger than the steaks, and lay on each one a thin slice of lean boiled ham. Cook together in butter a chopped onion, a handful of chopped mushrooms, a minced bean of garlic, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Spread a thin layer on the ham. Lay a slice of salmon upon it, spread with the cooked vegetables, cover with another slice of ham, put another piece of oiled paper over, and fold carefully at the edges. Bake in a moderate oven for 15 or 20 minutes and serve in the papers. Fillets of salmon en papillotes. Cut salmon steaks into fillets, dip into melted butter and lemon juice, fold in buttered paper, and bake for half an hour in a slow oven. Serve in the papers and pass hollandaise sauce. Salmon cutlets en papillotes. Cut slices of salmon into cutlets. Beat together 3 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, the yolk of an egg, a teaspoonful of minced onion, and a tablespoonful of chopped parsley. Sprinkle the fish with salt and pepper, spread the mixture over, fold each piece in a buttered paper, fastening securely, and bake for half an hour. Serve in the papers. Fried salmon recipe 1. Cut slices of salmon into small pieces and put into a saucepan with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and lemon juice to season. Add sufficient butter and fry carefully. Serve with ravigote or any preferred sauce. Fried salmon recipe 2. Wrap slices of salmon in oiled paper, fastening firmly, and fry in deep fat. Drain carefully and serve in the paper. Fried salmon recipe 3. Sprinkle salmon steaks with salt and flour. Brush with the beaten yolk of an egg and fry in hot olive oil. Drain, garnish with fried parsley, and serve. Fried salmon steaks. Dredge the steaks with seasoned flour or dip into egg and seasoned crumbs and fry. Fried salmon cutlets recipe 1. Steam the salmon steaks, cool, cut into fillets, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar or hollandaise sauce. Fried salmon cutlets recipe 2. Prepare very thick cream sauce and mix with it cold cooked salmon cut fine. Season with red pepper, salt, and lemon juice and let cool. Shape into cutlets, dip into beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried salmon cutlets recipe 3. Rub cold boiled salmon smooth with 1/3 the quantity of mashed potatoes. Season with salt, pepper, and pounded mace. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon cutlets à l'anglaise. Cut slices of salmon in the shape of cutlets. Season with salt and pepper and fry in butter. Drain and serve with ravigote sauce. Salmon à la lyonnaise. Fry slices of salmon in butter with pepper and salt to season. Serve with a hollandaise sauce to which cooked oysters, cooked shrimps, and minced parsley have been added. Salmon cutlets with Milanese sauce. Cut slices of salmon into small pieces. Dip into white wine and wrap in buttered paper, fastening securely. Fry carefully in butter. Remove the papers, garnish with parsley, and serve with Milanaise sauce. Fillets of salmon à l'Orly. Cut fresh salmon into small pieces. Remove the skin and marinate for an hour in lemon juice seasoned with salt and pepper. Drain, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tomato sauce. Salmon à l'amande. Put a large middle cut of salmon into a saucepan with a sliced carrot, a large onion, a bunch of parsley, salt, and pepper to season. Half a cupful of butter, 2 cupfuls of claret, and enough stock to cover. Cover with buttered paper and cook slowly for an hour. Take up the fish carefully and keep warm. Strain the liquid, skim the fat, and thicken with butter and flour cooked together until brown. Add a tablespoonful of butter seasoned with lemon juice and anchovy essence. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon à l'Admiral. Fry in butter 2 chopped onions, 2 parsley roots, a bunch of chopped parsley and a sprig of thyme, a broken bay leaf, a clove, and 3 small chopped carrots. Add 1 cupful of white wine. Put a small cleaned salmon into a buttered baking dish. Spread the vegetables over, cover, and cook until tender, basting with the drippings or with hot water if needed. Take out the fish, strain the liquid, add to it a cupful of cream, and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Pour it around the fish and garnish with lemon and parsley. Salmon à la Bordeaux. Clean a small salmon, stuff with seasoned crumbs and oysters, and put into a fish kettle with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 onions sliced, a bunch of parsley, and salt and pepper and grated nutmeg to season. Add 2 cupfuls each of stock, water, and white wine. Cover the fish with buttered paper and simmer for an hour. Drain the fish and keep warm. Prepare a sauce according to directions given in the recipe for salmon à la Genoise, using the liquid strained from the fish. Salmon à la Candice. Put a large cut of salmon on the drainer in a fish kettle and cover it with a small slice of raw ham. Add 2 cupfuls of Rhine wine, a quart of stock, and a bunch of parsley. Cover with buttered paper, simmer for an hour, drain and remove the skin. Strain the liquid, thicken with flour cooked brown in butter, add a tablespoonful of butter, cayenne, and lemon juice to season. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Salmon à la Chambord. Put a large middle cut of salmon into a saucepan with sliced carrots and onions, a bunch of parsley, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 2 cupfuls each of white wine and white stock. Season with salt and peppercorns. Cover and simmer slowly for an hour. Take up the fish carefully and keep warm. Strain the liquid and thicken with flour cooked brown in butter. Add half a cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, the juice of a lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and a teaspoonful of anchovy essence. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Spagnole. Cut fresh salmon in small pieces suitable for serving and fry in butter. Drain and keep warm. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour to the butter in which the fish is cooked and brown. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Genoise. Boil a small fresh salmon in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain and skin. Arrange on a serving dish and keep warm. Chop fine a small slice of ham, a slice of carrot, a small stalk of celery, an onion, a parsley root, and 3 or 4 shallots. Add a sprig of thyme, a bay leaf, a blade of mace, and 2 cloves. Fry in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and cook until brown. Add 2 cupfuls of claret and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of beef stock, bring to the boil, and strain through a sieve. Reheat. Add a tablespoonful of butter and minced parsley, lemon juice, grated nutmeg, and anchovy essence to season. Pour around the fish and serve. Salmon à l'Italienne. Flake cold salmon fine with a silver fork and mix with an equal quantity of cold cooked spaghetti cut fine. Reheat in a cream sauce, add a few capers, and serve very hot. Steaks à la marinière. Marinate salmon steaks in seasoned oil, drain, and broil. Cover with small boiled onions and cooked oysters. Pour over a sauce made according to the directions given in the recipe for salmon à la Genoise and serve. Salmon à la Marseille. Boil a small salmon in salted and acidulated water. Skin and put on a serving dish. Spread over it some very thick cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, brush with a beaten egg, cover with crumbs again, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and brown in the oven. Serve with a sauce made of equal parts of white wine and stock, thickened with butter and flour cooked together. Salmon à la Maryland. Prepare and clean a small salmon and simmer in salted water until done. Prepare a drawn butter sauce and add it to a cupful of butter. When the butter is melted, take from the fire and add quickly 2 eggs beaten and the juice of half a lemon. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Salmon à la Naples. Fry salmon steak in butter, seasoning with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. When half cooked, add half a cupful of white wine to the butter. Cover and simmer slowly until done. Cover the salmon with cooked oysters, pour the liquid remaining in the pan over the fish, and serve. Salmon à la Provence. Season 4 salmon steaks and cook with a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon. Add a dozen oysters, half a dozen small shrimps, and 1 cupful of white stock thickened with flour and butter cooked together. Simmer until the oysters are cooked. Take from the fire, add the yolk of an egg, beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of sherry, and serve with triangles of fried bread. Salmon à la Provençale. Put a large cut of salmon into a saucepan and cover with salted and acidulated water. Add a sliced onion, a carrot, a bunch of parsley, and salt, pepper, sweet herbs, and a pinch of allspice to season. Cover the fish with buttered paper and cook slowly for an hour. Chop together a small onion, a clove of garlic, and a few sprigs of parsley. Fry in olive oil, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and cook until the flour is brown. Add 2 cupfuls of brown stock and 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomato. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, seasoning with red and white pepper and lemon juice. Remove the skin from the fish, pour the hot sauce over it, and serve. Fillets of salmon à la Venetienne. Put salmon steaks into a buttered baking dish with fine match-like strips of larding pork laid on each side. Season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Add 1 cupful of white wine and cover with a sheet of buttered paper, having a small hole in the center. Bake for 40 minutes, basting often. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a tablespoonful each of butter and lemon juice and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour around the fish and serve. Salmon à la Waldorf. Marinate salmon steaks for an hour in lemon juice. Cover with stock, add paper, salt, minced parsley to season, and simmer slowly until done. Drain, thicken the sauce, add a tablespoonful of butter, and serve separately. Salmon mousse. Rub half a pound of raw salmon to a smooth paste with water, adding gradually a dozen chopped raw oysters, half a cupful of tomato sauce, and the yolks of 3 eggs. When smooth, fold in the stiffly beaten whites, season with salt, pepper, and press through a puree sieve into small buttered molds. Put into a baking pan, surround with hot water, and bake for 15 or 20 minutes in a moderate oven. Unmold and serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon mousse à la Martineau. Pound to a pulp with a little water half a pound of raw salmon, and add the well-beaten whites of 2 eggs. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a cupful of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, red and white pepper, grated onion, and mushroom essence. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Cool the sauce, and when cold, mix it with the fish. Fold in carefully 1 cupful of whipped cream and fill a buttered mold with the fish. Put the mold in a pan of hot water and bake in a moderate oven for half an hour. For the sauce, cook together for 10 minutes a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, a teaspoonful each of chopped onion, salt, and sugar, and half a can of tomatoes. Rub through a sieve and add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of cream and a grating of nutmeg. Take from the fire and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits. Return to the fire and add a little lemon juice or tarragon vinegar. Strain and add a little whipped cream. Salmon steaks with claret sauce. Put 4 steaks into a buttered saucepan with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Add a bunch of parsley, a teaspoonful of mixed sweet herbs, a chopped onion, and 2 cupfuls of claret. Cover with a buttered paper, simmer until done, and drain. Strain the sauce. Thicken with flour cooked brown in butter, skim, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon mayonnaise with cucumbers. Steam salmon steaks until tender. Remove the skin and cool. Cover with thinly sliced cucumbers. Mask with mayonnaise and serve with a border of lettuce leaves and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Creamed salmon on toast. Reheat a cupful of cold flaked salmon, either fresh or canned, in cream sauce. Take from the fire, add 1 egg beaten smooth with half a cupful of cream, pour over buttered toast, and serve. Curried salmon. Chop a Spanish onion, fry it in butter, and add a tablespoonful of curry powder mixed with a teaspoonful of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add cold cooked salmon, cut into small pieces, and reheat. Serve in a border of boiled rice. Chartreuse of salmon. Wash a cupful of rice in several waters. Drain and parboil for 5 minutes in salted water to a galloping boil. Drain in a colander, return to the saucepan, add a pinch of salt and 3 cupfuls of milk or stock. Steam until tender, then add 3 tablespoonfuls of melted butter and mix with 1 tablespoonful of curry powder and 2 tablespoonfuls of lemon juice. Mix thoroughly and line a 2-quart buttered mold with the rice. Fill the center with flaked cooked salmon, seasoned with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Cover with rice, steam for half an hour, and serve with egg sauce. Fricassee of salmon. Cut 2 pounds of salmon steaks into strips. Put into a saucepan with half a cupful of water, salt and pepper to season, a clove, a blade of mace, a tablespoonful of sugar, a chopped onion, and a heaping teaspoonful of mustard mixed with a half a cupful of vinegar. Bring to the boil, add 6 tomatoes peeled and sliced, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and a wineglassful of sherry. Simmer for 45 minutes and serve either hot or cold. Salmon with eggs. Steam salmon steaks until tender. Cool and lay upon a platter covered with lettuce leaves. Season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and surround with slices of hard-boiled eggs. Mix together a tablespoonful of melted butter, a teaspoonful of made mustard, and salt and pepper to season. Spread over the egg slices and serve. Jellied salmon, Recipe 1. Simmer salmon steaks in court bouillon until done. Drain and arrange on a platter. Spread with mayonnaise tinted green with spinach juice to which a little dissolved gelatine has been added. Serve cold. Jellied salmon, Recipe 2. Mix 2 cupfuls of cold boiled salmon with 1 tablespoonful of lemon juice, 1 teaspoonful of minced parsley, 2 drops of Tabasco sauce, and 1 tablespoonful of granulated gelatine dissolved in cold water. Add it to half a cupful of cooked salad dressing. Wet in cold water 1 large mold or several small ones. Fill with the salmon and put on ice until thoroughly chilled. Serve with sliced cucumbers and tartar sauce. Salmon pie. Butter a baking dish and line the sides with a rich biscuit crust. Fill the pan with fresh or canned salmon seasoned with salt and pepper, lemon juice, a pinch of mace, and a teaspoonful of onion juice. Spread over the salmon a cupful of boiled lobster which has been seasoned with melted butter and Worcestershire sauce. Cover with biscuit crust, slice diagonally down the center, and bake for an hour in moderate oven. Cold salmon patties. Season chopped salmon highly with salt and pepper, grated nutmeg, and melted butter. Add the beaten yolk of an egg to bind. Line patty tins with puff paste or rich pastry. Fill with the salmon mixture, cover with the paste, and bake. Pickled salmon. Recipe 1. Boil large fresh pieces of salmon in salted and acidulated water to cover. Bring to the boil 1 quart of vinegar, 6 blades of mace, half a dozen white peppers, half a dozen cloves, a teaspoonful of made mustard, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, and a cupful of water in which the fish was boiled. Let the fish cool in the water, then put it in an earthen jar. Pour the boiling liquid over and let stand for a day or 2 before using. Pickled salmon, Recipe 2. Cut the fish into large pieces and cook until done in salted and acidulated water. Drain, cool, and skin. Put into a preserving kettle 2 quarts of vinegar, 1 cupful of boiling water, 4 blades of mace, 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar, a dozen cloves, 2 tablespoonfuls of mustard seed, an onion sliced, a dozen peppercorns, 1 small red pepper, 2 bay leaves, a teaspoonful of celery seed. Bring to the boil, put in the fish, boil up once and cool. Let stand for 2 or 3 days before using. Pickled Salmon Recipe 3. Boil large pieces of salmon in salted and acidulated water. Drain and cool. Add 1/4 the water in which the fish was cooked, 2 quarts of vinegar, a tablespoonful of peppercorns, grated nutmeg, and a dozen blades of mace. Boil for half an hour and cool. Pour over the salmon, add a tablespoonful of olive oil, cover, and keep in a cool place for 2 or 3 days before using. Spiced salmon. Mix half a cupful of vinegar, the juice of half a lemon, 2 cloves, a bay leaf. Spiced salmon. Mix half a cupful of vinegar, the juice of half a lemon, 2 cloves, a bay leaf, an inch of stick cinnamon, a teaspoonful of salt, and a pinch of black pepper. Bring to the boil and pour over salmon steaks which have been boiled, drained, and cooled. Let stand for 2 or 3 hours before serving. Salmon soufflé. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add half a cupful of stale bread crumbs, a teaspoonful of grated onion, a tablespoonful of Worcestershire sauce, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Add 1 cupful of flaked salmon. Mix thoroughly and fold in the salmon and bake in a pan of hot water in a moderate oven for 45 minutes. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon on toast. Reheat 2 cupfuls of cold salmon steaks in a cupful of drawn butter sauce, seasoning with salt and red pepper. Take from the fire and add 1 egg beaten light with 2 tablespoonfuls of cream. Pour over slices of fried bread, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve. Salmon timbales. Flake a pound of cooked salmon and rub to a paste. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Add a tablespoonful of chopped almonds and unbeaten whites of 3 eggs. Mix thoroughly and stir in 1 cupful of cream whipped solid. Put into small buttered molds, set into boiling water, and bake for 20 minutes. Turn out and serve with hollandaise sauce. Salmon turbot Recipe 1. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 3 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 eggs well beaten, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of half a lemon. Put into a baking pan alternate layers of the sauce and cold flaked salmon. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Salmon turbot Recipe 2. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and salt and pepper to season. Put a layer of flaked salmon into a buttered baking dish, spread with the sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Bake for half an hour. Salmon box. Line a square tin mold with hot boiled rice. Fill the center with cold boiled salmon, flaked and seasoned with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Cover with rice, steam for an hour, turn out onto a platter, and serve with egg sauce. Salmon with cucumber sauce. Put a large cut of salmon into a buttered saucepan with salt, pepper, a bunch of parsley, a chopped onion, and sweet herbs. Add half a cupful of white wine and enough stock to cover. Simmer until the fish is done and drain carefully. Strain the liquid and thicken with flour cooked in butter. Peel and slice 3 small cucumbers. Parboil in salted water, drain, and fry in butter with a little sugar. Add to the sauce with a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Salmon croquettes Recipe 1. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 1 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten and 1 pound of cold cooked salmon flaked. Let cool. Shape into croquettes, dip into egg and crumb, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon croquettes Recipe 2. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 3 tablespoonfuls of flour. Add 1 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, red pepper, and minced parsley. Take from the fire. Add the juice of a lemon and a can of flaked salmon. Mix thoroughly and cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon croquettes Recipe 3. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of flour and 2 of butter. Add a cupful of cream or milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add an egg well beaten, half a cupful of crumbs, a small can of flaked salmon, and salt, red pepper, and powdered mace to season. Mix thoroughly. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip into an egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon croquettes Recipe 4. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour and add 1 cupful of cream in which the yolks of 2 eggs have been beaten. Cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add a pound can of salmon, flaked, salt and pepper to season, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Stir in the beaten whites of the eggs and cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tomato sauce. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 5. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add 1 cupful of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a small can of flaked salmon, pepper and salt to season, and 3 eggs well beaten. Reheat, but do not boil. When it thickens, take from the fire and cool. When cold, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon Croquettes Recipe 6. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 1 cupful of milk and cook until very thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, and celery salt. Add 2 cupfuls of canned salmon freed from the skin, fat, and bone and chopped fine. Mix thoroughly and spread on a platter to cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs. Fry in deep fat. Serve with green peas. Swedish Salmon Croquettes. Cook 1 cupful of white stock with a tablespoonful of butter, the yolks of 2 eggs, and parsley, pepper, and salt, and grated onion to season. Add a can of flaked salmon and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Salmon Cutlets. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 3 of flour. Add 1 cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a can of salmon, chopped, the juice of half a lemon, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and salt and red pepper to season. Mix thoroughly and cool. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Salmon Chops. Prepare according to directions given for salmon croquettes. Shape into chops, dip into egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Baked Salmon Loaf. Recipe 1. Put a cupful of milk into a double boiler and add enough breadcrumbs to make a smooth paste. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a can of salmon, chopped, half a cupful of cream, salt and red pepper to season, and 3 eggs beaten separately, folding in the stiffly beaten whites last. Mix thoroughly, pour into a buttered mold, set into a pan of hot water, and bake until firm in a moderate oven. Salmon Loaf Recipe 2. Mash a can of salmon, add the juice of a lemon and half a cupful of fresh breadcrumbs, 3 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and 4 eggs beaten separately, folding the stiffly beaten whites last. Put into a buttered mold and steam for an hour. Add to the oil drained from the salmon 1 cupful of boiling milk, 1 tablespoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with a little cold milk, and a tablespoonful of butter. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten, a teaspoonful of tomato ketchup, and mace and pepper to season. Turn the mold out on a platter and pour the sauce around it. Salmon Loaf Recipe 3. Flake a can of salmon and mix it with the pounded yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs, a tablespoonful of capers, and pepper, salt, mace, and parsley to season. Dissolve a teaspoonful of anchovy paste in a cupful of boiling water. Add a tablespoonful of lemon juice and a tablespoonful of soaked gelatine. Heat until the gelatine is dissolved and mix with the fish. Butter a mold and arrange upon it the rings of the hard-boiled eggs. Put the fish into it and put on ice until perfectly cold and firm. Turn out on a platter and serve with mayonnaise. Salmon Loaf Recipe 4. Drain the oil from a can of salmon, remove skin, fat, and bone, and flake the fish with a silver fork. Add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, half a cupful of breadcrumbs, 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and pepper, salt, and minced parsley to season. Fold in the stiffly beaten whites of the eggs, put into a buttered pan, and bake for half an hour. Add to the drained oil 1 cupful of milk. Thicken it with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire and add 1 egg well beaten. Fricasseed Salmon. Reheat a can of flaked salmon in a cupful of drawn butter sauce, adding half a cupful of cream and salt, red and white pepper to season. Take from the fire, add 1 egg well beaten, pour over buttered toast, and sprinkle with parsley. Curried Salmon Recipe 1. Chop a small onion fine and fry in butter. Add to it the liquor drained from the can of salmon, a tablespoonful of flour, and when the flour is smooth, add half a cupful of water, a teaspoonful each of curry powder and lemon juice, and salt and pepper to taste. Add a can of salmon flaked, reheat, and serve. Curried Salmon Recipe 2. Fry a chopped onion in olive oil, and when the onion is brown, add a tablespoonful of flour mixed with a teaspoonful of curry powder. Add 1 cupful of boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Reheat flaked canned salmon in the sauce and serve with a garnish of sliced lemon. Curried Salmon Recipe 3. Fry a chopped onion brown in olive oil. Add 2 teaspoonsful of curry powder and a tablespoonful of flour. When the flour is cooked, add 2 cupfuls of hot water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a tablespoonful of tomato ketchup or chutney sauce and salt and pepper to season. Add a can of salmon flaked. Reheat and serve. Creamed salmon. Bring to the boil 1 cupful of cream and half a cupful of milk. Add a teaspoonful of butter and 2 teaspoonsful of cornstarch rubbed smooth with a little cold milk. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add 1 can of flaked salmon. Fill ramekins with the mixture, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed salmon on toast. Prepare the fish according to directions given for baked creamed salmon. Pour over slices of buttered toast, sprinkle with minced parsley, and served. Baked cream salmon. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk or cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season, and a can of flaked salmon. Reheat and arrange in a baking dish with alternate layers of crumbs and butter, having crumbs and butter on top. Bake in the oven until brown. Salmon patties. Prepare creamed salmon according to the directions given in the recipe for baked creamed salmon. Fill patty shells and serve. A scalloped salmon Recipe 1. Prepared creamed salmon according to directions given for baked creamed salmon. Put into a buttered baking dish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. A scalloped salmon Recipe 2. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add a cupful of water, the juice of a lemon, a small onion chopped, the yolks of 3 boiled eggs mashed smooth, and pepper and salt to season. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a can of flaked salmon, reheat, and serve. Coquille of salmon. Prepare creamed salmon according to directions given in the recipe for baked creamed salmon, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Put into buttered shells or individual dishes with alternate layers of cooked mushrooms. Sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Deviled salmon. Prepare creamed salmon according to the directions given for baked creamed salmon, adding half a cupful of Worcestershire sauce and the juice of a lemon. Fill individual dishes or a large baking dish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Banked salmon. Reheat a can of salmon in a cream sauce. Arrange on a platter and put around it a border of mashed potatoes. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Pressed salmon. Mix together 2 beaten eggs, a tablespoonful of butter, 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, a can of salmon flaked, and salt and pepper to season. Turn into a buttered mold, steam for half an hour, and serve cold with mayonnaise or tartar sauce. Molded salmon. Free a pint can of salmon from fat, skin, and bone and flake the fish with a silver fork. Add salt and pepper to season, half a cupful of cracker crumbs, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter melted, and 3 eggs beaten separately. Mix thoroughly. Put into a buttered mold and steam for an hour. Serve with drawn butter sauce to which chopped olives and capers have been added. Salmon and green peppers. Prepared creamed salmon according to the directions given for baked creamed salmon. Cut slices from the tops of sweet green peppers and remove the seeds and fiber. Fill with the prepared salmon, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and put into a pan of hot water and bake for 20 or 30 minutes. Salmon in casserole. Chop a large onion and fry it in butter. Add a cupful of bread crumbs and 1 1/2 cupfuls of milk. Bring to the boil, add salt and pepper to season, a flaked can of salmon, and 2 eggs well beaten. Pour into a buttered casserole, dot with butter, and bake brown. Sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Broiled smoked salmon Recipe 1. Soak for 12 hours, changing the water 3 times. Drain, wipe dry, dip in olive oil and vinegar, and broil. Serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. Broiled smoked salmon Recipe 2. Cut into narrow strips, parboil for 10 minutes, drain, cover with cold water, let stand for 15 minutes, wipe dry, and broil. Season with red pepper and lemon juice and serve with buttered toast. Broiled smoked salmon, Recipe 3. Cut smoked salmon into strips and broil carefully. Pour over it melted butter and lemon juice. Sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Broiled smoked salmon, Recipe 4. Parboil slices of smoked salmon for 20 minutes. Drain, cool, rub with flour, broil carefully, and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled smoked salmon, Recipe 5. Wash thoroughly and soak salmon for a few hours as it is very salty. Cover with warm water, simmer for 15 or 20 minutes, drain, wipe dry, rub with butter, and broil. Broiled salmon à la Maitre d'Hotel. Soak the smoked salmon for an hour in cold water, then drain and wipe dry. Brush with melted butter and broil carefully. Serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Smoked salmon. Cut it into thin slices, warm it up in a little olive oil, strain the oil when it is warmed, add to it lemon juice and minced parsley, pour over the fish, and serve. Broiled kippered salmon. Cut the salmon into strips, wrap in buttered paper, and broil carefully over a clear fire. Remove the paper and serve. Fried kippered salmon. Soak slices of kippered salmon in olive oil for several hours. Drain off the oil and fry the salmon slices in it. Serve with melted butter and lemon juice. Broiled salt salmon. Soak the fish for 36 hours in cold water, changing the water often. Drain, wipe dry, rub with melted butter, broil, and serve with egg sauce. Boiled salt salmon. Soak the fish overnight. Drain, rinse, and simmer for 15 or 20 minutes. Season with pepper and butter and garnish with parsley. Pickled salt salmon. Prepare according to directions given for pickled salmon, soaking the salt fish for 12 hours before cooking. Salt salmon en papillotes. Cut the fish into strips, soak for an hour in cold water, drain and dry. Season with pepper and wrap each piece in tough, well-buttered paper, twisting the ends. Broil carefully over clear coals, unwrap, and serve with any preferred sauce. P.S. This is an insignificant fraction of what we really know about salmon. We are saving the rest for a piscatorial encyclopedia. End of section 28.
Chapter 29 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 29. 14 Ways to Cook Salmon Trout. Fried salmon trout cutlets. Cut cutlets from a large salmon trout, dip in seasoned crumbs, and sauté in hot fat. Serve with cream sauce. Boiled salmon trout. 1. Wrap the prepared and cleaned fish in mosquito netting. Tie firmly, cover with cold, salted water. Bring to the boil and boil slowly until done. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled salmon trout. 2. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and put on the grate in a fish kettle. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add a bunch of sweet herbs, a clove of garlic, and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Add enough claret to cover and simmer until done. Drain the fish, strain the liquid, thicken if desired, and serve the sauce separately. Boiled salmon trout. 3. Wrap a small cleaned fish in mosquito netting, sew up, and simmer in salted and acidulated water until tender. Take up carefully, remove the netting, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with egg or cream sauce. Boiled salmon trout. 4. Clean a salmon trout, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and put into a fish kettle with equal parts of white wine and stock or water to cover. Add a carrot, an onion, a bay leaf, and 2 or 3 beans of garlic. Cook the fish slowly. Drain and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling to 1 pint. Thicken with butter and flour, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked Salmon Trout 1. Clean a salmon trout, stuff it with seasoned crumbs, and sew up. Put into a fish kettle with a quart of white wine, half a cupful of butter, a chopped onion, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped parsley, a can of button mushrooms, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Cover and cook in a moderate oven for an hour. Take up carefully. Skin the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Reduce the gravy by rapid boiling. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and serve in a gravy boat. Baked Salmon Trout 2. Prepare and clean the fish, and put into a buttered baking pan with enough water to keep from burning. Bake slowly, basting as required with melted butter and hot water. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add a cupful of cream, and half a cupful of boiling water in which a bit of soda has been dissolved. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour the sauce around the fish and serve. Baked Salmon Trout 3. Have a large salmon trout cleaned and larded. Put into a buttered baking pan. Rub the fish with salt and pepper, and pour over a wineglassful of Madeira. Cover with buttered paper and bake, basting every 10 or 15 minutes with the liquid. Serve with any preferred sauce. Salmon Trout à la Genoise. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, remove the backbone, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and put into a buttered pan with half a cupful of sherry, 2 cupfuls of stock, a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and salt, pepper, and sweet herbs to season. Cover with a buttered paper and cook slowly, basting often. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, and add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour cooked in butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and lemon juice and anchovy essence to season. Serve the sauce separately. Salmon Trout à la Hollandaise. Prepare and clean the salmon trout and cook in salted and acidulated water, seasoning with salt, pepper, and parsley. Drain and serve with a Hollandaise sauce to which chopped cooked oysters have been added. Salmon Trout à la Maître d'Hôtel. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, split and broil, basting with oil if required. Serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Salmon Trout à la Richelieu. Put a clean salmon trout into a baking dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season, and enough white wine to keep from burning. Cover with a buttered paper and bake, basting frequently with the liquid. Drain the fish and add enough white stock or oyster liquid to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour cooked in butter. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs, beaten with the juice of a lemon. Reheat, pour over the fish, and serve. Pickled Salmon Trout. Clean the fish thoroughly and cut into strips. Cover the bottom of a baking dish with sliced onion. Sprinkle with salt and pepper. Cover with pieces of fish, add more onions, and cover with cold water. Made very acid with good vinegar. Add a few cloves, a bit of ginger root, and a pinch of allspice. Bake slowly until the fish is tender, and serve cold. Salmon trout with shrimp sauce. Prepare and clean a salmon trout, and cook in salted and acidulated water to cover, adding a bunch of parsley. Drain and serve with shrimp sauce. End of chapter 29. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California, for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 30. 20 Ways to Cook Sardines. Broiled sardines. 1. Broil a dozen large sardines on a double broiler. Lay on fingers of toast, garnish with lemon, and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Broiled sardines 2. Drain the fish and broil quickly on a double broiler. Serve on toast and garnish with lemon and parsley. Broiled sardines 3. Drain large sardines, broil, lay on fingers of hot buttered toast, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese, and brown in the oven. Broiled sardines on toast. Drain large sardines, skin carefully, broil on a double broiler, arrange on fingers of hot buttered toast, and pour over a tablespoonful of melted butter and a cupful of canned tomatoes. Boil slowly until tender. Take up carefully, rub the sauce through a coarse sieve, bring to the boil, and add a cupful of cream beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of flour. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, pour over the fish and serve. Baked sardines. 1. Skin a dozen sardines and heat in the oven. Drain the oil from them, bring to the boil, add 1 cupful of water, a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce, and salt and pepper to season. Take from the fire and add the yolk of an egg beaten with a teaspoonful each of vinegar and made mustard. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve with toasted crackers. Baked sardines 2. Drain the oil from large sardines, roll in cracker dust, season with pepper and lemon juice, and brown in the oven. Serve with toasted crackers. Baked sardines 3. Drain and skin a dozen large sardines, put in the oven and keep warm. Bring the oil to a boil, add a teaspoonful of Worcester sauce and a teaspoonful of tomato catsup. Arrange the fish on fingers of buttered toast, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked sardines 4. Marinate drained sardines in lemon juice, then drain, sprinkle with cracker crumbs, and put into a hot oven for 10 minutes. Cook together a heaping teaspoonful each of butter and flour, add 1 cupful of tomato juice, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, grated onion, and sugar. Arrange the sardines on toasted strips of brown bread. Pour the sauce over and serve. Fried sardines. Drain large sardines, dip in egg and crumbs, fry, and serve on toast. Curried sardines 1. Rub to a paste 1 tablespoonful of butter, 1 teaspoonful each of French mustard and curry powder, using lemon juice to make smooth. Drain and skin large sardines, spread with the paste, broil, and serve on toast with a border of broiled tomatoes. Curried sardines 2. Mix together a teaspoonful each of sugar and curry powder, add a cupful of cream and the juice of half a lemon, bring to the boiling point, add a dozen sardines and heat thoroughly. Serve on toast with fried apple and sliced fried onion. Deviled sardines. Skin, split and bone a dozen sardines. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice and made mustard. Let stand for an hour in the seasoning. Broil and serve on toast, garnishing with lemon and parsley. Sardines à la maître d'hôtel. Skin large sardines, arrange on fingers of buttered toast, and heat in the oven. Add to 1 cupful of cream sauce a tablespoon of grated onion, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, salt and pepper to season, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Pour over the fish and serve. Sardines à la Piedmont. Skin a dozen sardines and put in the oven to heat. Put into a saucepan the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten with 1 teaspoonful each of malt vinegar, tarragon vinegar and made mustard. Add a pinch of salt and a tablespoonful of butter. Stir until thick, but do not boil. Put the sardines on circles of fried or toasted bread, pour the sauce over and serve. Stuffed sardines. Drain the oil from large sardines, skin and bone them, and stuff with chopped mushrooms, fine herbs and breadcrumbs, made smooth with brown stock. Wrap in buttered paper, heat thoroughly in the oven, unwrap carefully, and serve on a hot dish. Sardine salad. Drain a dozen large sardines, remove the skin and bone, and lay upon a bed of lettuce leaves. Sprinkle with hard-boiled eggs, chopped fine. Pour over a French dressing and serve with toasted crackers. Sardines and crusts. Scoop out the crumbs from stale French rolls and toast or fry in deep fat. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add a little boiling water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with anchovy paste and Worcester sauce, and add drained and flaked sardines. Reheat, fill in the shells, fit on the covers, and serve with quarters of lemon. Sardine canapés. Skin, bone and mash sardines. Rub to a smooth paste, using melted butter and lemon juice, and seasoning with salt and Tabasco sauce. Toast small triangles of crustless bread, butter them, spread with the sardine mixture, heat thoroughly in the oven, and serve piping hot as a first course at dinner or luncheon. Sardine in egg cups. Cut hard-boiled eggs in half crosswise, and take out the yolks. Cut a thin slice off the bottom of each cup. Rub the yolks to a smooth paste with olive oil, and add half a dozen sardines skinned, boned, and mashed. Season with salt, pepper, mustard, and lemon juice, fill the egg cups, and serve on lettuce leaves with French or mayonnaise dressing. Sardine egg cups à la Béarnaise. Prepare according to directions given in the preceding recipe. Heat in a double boiler or in the oven, being careful to keep dry. Pour over a Béarnaise sauce and serve hot. Sardines à la Cambridge. Boil and chop a peck of spinach. Add 1 cupful of fresh breadcrumbs and 4 tablespoonfuls of melted butter. Mix thoroughly and add a dozen skinned and boned sardines pounded to a paste. Heat thoroughly, adding stock of water if needed. Put on a platter, shape into a mound, lay sardines on top, and garnish with sliced hard-boiled eggs and lemon. Sardine rarebit. Toast strips of bread, lay a broiled sardine on each, and keep warm. Melt 1 tablespoonful of butter, add 2 tablespoonfuls of grated cheese, and gradually, as the cheese melts, the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with 1/4 of a cupful of cream. When smooth and thick, season with salt and Tabasco sauce. Pour over the sardines and serve. Garnish with lemon and parsley. End of section 30. Recorded by Gesine in May 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green, Section 31. 95 Ways to Cook Shad. Broiled shad 1. Prepare and clean the fish, split and remove the backbone. Season with salt and pepper, dip in oil, broil carefully, and serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Broiled shad 2. Marinate the prepared fish for an hour in olive oil, season with salt, pepper, minced onion, and parsley. Drain and broil, basting with the oil as required. Serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. The onion and parsley may be omitted from the seasoning. Broiled shad 3. Clean the shad, split, remove the backbone, and marinate for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain, sprinkle with crumbs, and broil carefully. Serve with vine herbs sauce. Broiled shad 4. Prepare, clean, and split the fish. Put on a platter skin side down and sprinkle with sugar, pepper, and salt. Let stand overnight, broil, and serve with melted butter. Baked shad 1. Bake a shad in a buttered baking pan, adding enough boiling water to keep from burning. Baste while baking with melted butter and lemon juice, seasoning with pepper and salt. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour until brown. Add slowly a cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked shad 2. Clean a large fish and stuff with seasoned crumbs mixed with minced parsley, adding enough melted butter to make a smooth paste. Score one side of the fish deeply and lay a small strip of salt pork in each gash. Put the fish in a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, and add enough boiling water to keep from burning. Baste as required with the drippings, adding more boiling water if necessary. Serve with Hollandaise sauce or drawn butter sauce to which the mashed roe has been added. Bake shad 3. Stuff a fish with seasoned crumbs made smooth with melted butter. Season the fish with salt and pepper and cover with thin slices of breakfast bacon. Bake until well done, basting with melted butter and hot water. Add a teaspoonful each of lemon juice and anchovy essence to the gravy remaining in the pan and thicken with flour browned in butter. Serve the sauce separately. Baked shad 4. Stuff a large fish with seasoned crumbs, adding chopped onion and melted butter to taste. Sew up the fish and put it into a buttered baking pan with a cupful of salted boiling water and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Dredge with flour and bake, basting with the drippings. Take up the fish carefully and thicken the gravy with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour browned in butter and made smooth with a little cold water. Add a cupful of stock or water, the juice of a lemon, and Worcestershire sauce and kitchen bouquet to season. Strain through a sieve and serve with the fish. Baked shad 5. Stuff the cleaned fish with seasoned crumbs made very rich with melted butter. Wrap in a large sheet of buttered paper, fastening it securely, and bake in a moderate oven. Remove the paper carefully and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked shad 6. Leave the head on. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, cold ham or bacon minced fine, sweet marjoram, pepper, salt, mace or ground cloves, and a raw egg or 2 if necessary to bind. Put the fish into a deep buttered baking pan, fastening its tail in its mouth. Put into the pan enough water to cover, add half a cupful of port or claret, and a tablespoonful of butter rolled in flour. Baste frequently with the gravy and bake until done. Pour the gravy over and serve. Baked shad 7. Prepare a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, the beaten yolk of an egg, a tablespoonful of powdered sweet herbs, a tablespoonful of chopped onion, a teaspoonful of lemon juice and salt, pepper, Worcestershire sauce, and powdered cloves to season. Stuff and sew up a prepared shad, lay on a buttered baking pan, cover with slices of salt pork, dredge with flour, season with salt and pepper, and bake, basting with hot water and melted butter as required. Serve with Hollandaise sauce. Baked shad 8. Clean a shad and stuff with seasoned crumbs mixed with beaten eggs. Cover a buttered dish with sliced raw potatoes. Lay the shad upon it. Add enough stock or water to keep from burning and bake. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked shad 9. Stuff the fish with cracker crumbs mixed with minced parsley, capers, and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper, and adding enough melted butter to make a smooth paste. Put the fish in a buttered baking pan, rub with butter, dredge with flour, and add enough boiling water to keep from burning. Baste every 10 minutes with the gravy in the pan and melted butter, dredging lightly after each basting with seasoned flour. Serve with brown sauce. Baked shad 10. Trim and clean a small shad, put it into a buttered baking dish, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced onion, and half a cupful of white wine. Add water or stock if necessary to keep from burning. Cover with buttered paper and bake for half an hour. Prepare a cupful of allemande sauce and add to it the liquid drained from the fish and a little chopped cooked spinach. Strain over the fish and serve. Shad baked in milk. Clean a large roe shad, saving the roe and removing the backbone. Soak stale bread in cold water and squeeze dry. Chop a large onion fine and fry in butter. Add the bread and salt, pepper, parsley, and sage to season. Cook thoroughly, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 2 eggs well beaten. Stuff the fish, sew up, rub with salt, and put in a buttered baking pan with thin slices of salt pork or bacon to cover the top. Fill the pan with sweet milk, leaving only the pork exposed. Bake slowly, basting often. Take up the fish carefully, strain the liquor, thicken with butter and flour, and serve separately. Fry the roe in butter, cut in slices, and garnish the fish with it. Baked shad à la Virginia. Clean the fish and stuff with seasoned crumbs made very rich with melted butter. Put in a baking pan with enough boiling water to keep it from burning, and bake until done, basting with melted butter and the liquid in the pan. Take up the fish carefully and keep warm. Thicken the gravy with a tablespoonful of flour browned in butter and mixed smooth with cold water. Season with catsup, lemon juice, sherry, or Madeira. Serve the sauce separately. Baked shad à la Carolina. Clean a large roe shad, leaving the head on. Take out the backbone and stuff with the boiled roe chopped, 6 chopped hard-boiled eggs, half a cupful of breadcrumbs, a chopped onion, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, and put in a buttered baking pan, adding enough hot water to keep from burning, 3 or 4 slices of bacon, and salt and pepper to season. Baste often and serve with tartar sauce. Baked shad with fine herbs. Sprinkle a buttered baking dish with chopped onion and parsley. Lay the prepared fish upon it and sprinkle with onion and parsley, seasoning with salt, pepper, and dots of butter. Add half a cupful of white wine and a cupful of white stock. Cover with a buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven. Take up the fish carefully and thicken the gravy with flour cooked in butter. Pour the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Squeeze the juice of a lemon over and serve. Baked shad stuffed with oysters. Rub a large cleaned fish with salt inside and out. Stuff with oysters and seasoned crumbs made very rich with melted butter, and bake, basting with melted butter and hot water. Thicken the gravy with flour browned in butter, adding a little hot water or stock if necessary. Season with lemon juice and catsup and serve the sauce separately. Stuffed shad 1. Make a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, half a cupful of tomatoes, an onion chopped fine, half a cupful of melted butter, and salt and pepper to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, rub with butter, season with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and bake for an hour, basting often with melted butter and hot water. Serve with tomato sauce. Stuffed shad 2. Season a cupful of cracker crumbs with grated onion, minced capers, and parsley. Add a heaping tablespoonful of butter and salt and pepper to season. Or fry a small chopped onion in butter. Add a cupful of crumbs, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Take from the fire and add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little milk. Stuff the cleaned shad and sew up. Cover the bottom of a baking dish with thin slices of salt pork. Lay the fish upon it. Cover with more pork. Add enough boiling water to keep from burning, and bake, basting frequently. For the sauce, melt half a cupful of butter and add to it the juice of half a lemon and 3 tablespoonfuls of claret. Serve the sauce separately. Stuffed shad 3. Prepare a shad as for boiling and stuff with seasoned crumbs, adding the beaten yolk of an egg to bind. Fill the fish and sew up. Put into a baking pan enough water or stock to keep from burning and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Bake carefully, basting as required. Take up the fish and add to the liquid enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour browned in butter, season with lemon juice, catsup, and sherry or Madeira. Pour around the fish and serve. Roasted shad. Marinate the cleaned fish for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and thyme. Drain, wrap in oiled paper, fastening securely, and bake carefully. Take up the fish and serve with ravigote sauce. Toasted shad. Put into a baking pan a tablespoonful of butter and lay a cleaned and split shad upon it, skin side up. Place it under a gas flame until the skin is puffed and blistered. Turn out on a hot platter, season with salt and pepper, dot with butter, and serve garnished with lemon and parsley. Planked shad 1. Prepare the fish as for boiling. Butter the plank and tack the fish upon it, skin side down. Season the fish with salt, pepper, and butter, and bake it in the oven. Serve on the plank. Planked shad 2. Split the shad as for broiling and tack it on a buttered fish plank, skin side down. Rub with melted butter and cook under a gas flame or in the oven. Season with salt, pepper, and melted butter. Surround with a border of mashed potatoes. Garnish with lemon and parsley and serve on the plank. Planked shad 3. Tack the split fish on a buttered board, flesh side up. Put into the oven and bake until brown, basting with melted butter, season with walnut catsup. Serve with a garnish of pickled walnuts. Planked shad 4. Tack a large split shad, skin side down, on a buttered plank. Spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, and pour over a tablespoonful of walnut catsup or white wine. Cook under a gas flame, sprinkle with minced parsley, and serve with any preferred sauce. Panned shad. Split the fish down the back, remove the backbone, and put it into a buttered baking pan, flesh side up. Rub with butter, sprinkle with salt and pepper, and bake it in the oven. Garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with any preferred sauce. Stewed shad. Prepare and clean a small shad and soak it for 2 or 3 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with onion and parsley. Put it in a buttered stew pan with half a wineglassful of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, 4 sprigs of parsley, a sprig of celery, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, and 2 cloves. Add 2 handfuls of picked and washed sorrel or spinach, chopped fine. Season with salt and pepper and simmer slowly for 2 hours. Take up the fish, thicken the gravy with butter and flour cooked together, pour over the fish, and serve. Pickled shad 1. Boil a shad in salted water to cover, drain, and cool. Add to the water in which it was boiled half as much vinegar and a red pepper pod, whole cloves, allspice, and mace to season. Boil for an hour. Cut the fish into large pieces, put into an earthen jar, and pour the boiling spiced liquid over the fish. Cover and let stand for 2 days before using. Pickled shad 2. Cut a large shad into pieces. Put a layer in the bottom of an earthen crock, sprinkle with salt, and add a few whole cloves, allspice, peppers, and bay leaves. Cover with fish, add more spices, and pour on strong vinegar to cover. Cover the dish, bake for 4 hours in a moderate oven, and let stand for 3 or 4 days before using. Serve cold. Creamed shad. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add 2 cupfuls of milk, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a teaspoonful of grated onion, take from the fire and add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, and salt, pepper, and minced parsley to season. Add 2 cupfuls of cold cooked shad flaked fine, put into a buttered baking dish, sprinkle with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Shad vert pré. Prepare and clean a small shad and put into a buttered baking dish with salt and pepper to season, 2 finely chopped shallots, and half a wineglassful of white wine. Cover with buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven. Take up the fish, add the juice to a cupful of Allemande sauce, and tint green with minced parsley and spinach juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Broiled shad roe 1. Soak 2 shad roes for 20 minutes in a seasoned olive oil, drain, and broil. Serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Broiled shad roe 2. Wash and dry the roe and broil on a well-greased broiler, rubbing with butter while broiling. Serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Broiled shad roe 3. Parboil a large shad roe, drain, rub with melted butter, and broil. Serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Broiled shad roe 4. Parboil the roe for 10 minutes in salted water, drain and plunge into ice water for 10 minutes. Wipe dry and put on ice for half an hour. Rub with oil and lemon juice, broil, and serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Broiled shad roe 5. Wash a shad's roe in cold water, wipe it dry, rub with butter, and broil. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Broiled shad roe with bacon. Marinate the roe in seasoned oil, broil carefully, surround with slices of broiled bacon, and serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Fried shad roe 1. Sauté in hot lard, turning carefully. Garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried shad roe 2. Season the roes with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Drain and serve with tomato sauce. Fried shad roe 3. Parboil the roe in salted water, drain, plunge into cold water, and let stand for 10 minutes. Drain, wipe dry, cut in half-inch slices, dip in seasoned lemon juice, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Fried shad roe 4. Parboil the roe, drain, and cool. Dredged with seasoned flour and sauté in butter. Fried shad roe 5. Parboil the roe for 10 minutes in salted and acidulated water. Drain, plunge into cold water and cool. Drain, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried shad roe 6. Season the roe, dip it in cornmeal and sauté in butter or lard, or parboil, cool, season, dip in beaten egg, then in cracker crumbs and sauté in butter or lard. Baked shad roe 1. Butter a baking dish and sprinkle thickly with chopped onion, parsley, and mushrooms. Lay the roes upon it, sprinkle with more onion, parsley, and mushrooms, season with salt and pepper, and dot with butter. Add half a cupful of white wine and 1 cupful of white stock. Bake carefully, basting as required. Drain, thicken the gravy with flour cooked in butter, pour over the roes, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Baked shad roe 2. Boil the shad roe slowly until done. Drain and put into a buttered baking dish. Season with salt and pepper, spread with butter, and dredge thickly with flour. Bake in a moderate oven, basting frequently with melted butter and hot water. Baked shad roe 3. Cover the roe from a large shad with boiling water and drain. Put into a buttered baking pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 cupful of stock, and salt and paprika to season. Bake slowly until done. Strain the liquid and thicken with the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with 1 cupful of cream. Pour over the sauce and serve with thin slices of broiled bacon. Baked shad roe 4. Lay the roe in a buttered baking pan, season, add a little milk, and bake about 15 minutes, basting often. Take up, sprinkle with lemon juice, salt, cayenne, and minced parsley, and pour over a cream sauce to which the yolks of 2 well-beaten eggs have been added. Baked shad roe 5. Butter a baking dish, put in 2 shad roes, season with salt and pepper, and add half a cupful of white wine. Bake carefully, basting as required. Chop an onion, 2 sprigs of parsley, and 10 mushrooms. Fry in butter, add the liquid drained from the fish, and thicken with a little flour rubbed smooth in cold water. Spread the paste upon the roe, cover with large fresh mushrooms, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve immediately in the same dish. Baked shad roe 6. Butter an earthen dish and sprinkle with chopped onion, parsley, mushrooms, and breadcrumbs. Lay 2 skinned shad roes upon it, cover with crumbs, mushrooms, minced onion, and parsley, and pour over 1 cupful of white stock mixed with a tablespoonful of sherry. Bake for half an hour, drain off the sauce, strain it, and thicken with flour and butter cooked together. Pour over the fish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with lemon juice, and brown in the oven. Shad roe baked with bacon. Cover the bottom of a baking pan with thin slices of bacon, lay the shad roes upon it, cover with bacon, and bake in a very hot oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve with bacon as a garnish. Shad roe baked in tomato sauce. Boil the roe, drain, cool, and skin. Cook together for 10 minutes 1 cupful of canned tomatoes, 1 cupful of stock or water, a slice of onion, and salt and pepper to season. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 1 of flour. Add the tomato and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Rub the sauce through a strainer. Put the roe on a buttered baking dish, season with salt and pepper, cover with the sauce and bake. Serve in the dish in which it was baked. Shad roe baked with cream sauce. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter and add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper and continue according to directions given for shad roe baked in tomato sauce. Escalloped shad roe I. Boil the roes in salted and acidulated water, drain, and flake with a fork. Spread a layer of the roe in a shallow buttered baking dish, sprinkle with chopped hard-boiled eggs, season with minced parsley and lemon juice, add a thin layer of cream sauce, and repeat. Cover with buttered crumbs and bake brown. Escalloped shad roe II. Prepare according to directions given above, sprinkling crumbs on each layer of cream sauce and adding grated cheese to the crumbs on top. Escalloped shad roe III. Boil the roes in salted and acidulated water, plunge into cold water, cool, drain, wipe dry, and mash. Add the chopped yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs to a cupful of well-seasoned drawn butter sauce. Mix the sauce with the roes. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with seasoned crumbs, add the roe mixture, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Escalloped shad roe IV. Parboil in salted water the roes of 2 shad, drain, plunge into ice water for 10 minutes, drain, wipe dry, and flake with a fork. Add the yolks of 3 hard-boiled eggs rubbed smooth with a teaspoonful of anchovy paste and the juice of half a lemon. Add also 1 cupful of breadcrumbs, salt, cayenne, and minced parsley to season, and 1 cupful of drawn butter sauce. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with crumbs, fill with the mixture, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Shad roe croquettes I. Boil the roe for 15 minutes in salted water, drain, and mash. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and cornstarch. Add 2 cupfuls of hot cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the mashed roe and salt, cayenne, grated nutmeg, and lemon juice to season. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roe croquettes 2. Simmer shad roes in salted boiling water for 15 minutes. Drain and plunge into cold water. When cold, drain, dry, cut into slices 2 inches thick, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, dip in egg, roll in crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Shad roe croquettes 3. Boil the roe, cool, skin, and mash fine. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour and 1/2 cupful of cream and 1/2 cupful of stock. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 well-beaten eggs and the mashed roe, and cool. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with Hollandaise sauce. Shad roe croquettes 4. Parboil 2 shad roes, drain, cool, skin, and mash. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 1 cupful of boiling cream or milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs and minced parsley, lemon juice, grated nutmeg, salt, pepper, and cayenne to taste. Reheat, stir until thick, add the mashed shad roe, mix thoroughly, and cool. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Shad roe croquettes 5. Cook the roe in boiling salted and acidulated water for 15 minutes, drain, and mash. Beat together 1/4 cupful each of cornstarch and butter. Add 1 1/2 cupfuls of hot cream and cook for 10 minutes, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the juice of half a lemon, a grating of nutmeg, salt, and paprika to season, the mashed roe, and a few chopped mushrooms fried. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roe croquettes 6. Simmer 2 shad roes in salted boiling water for 15 minutes. Take from the fire, drain, skin, and mash. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add gradually 1 cupful of boiling cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs, the mashed roe, 1 tablespoonful each of lemon juice and minced parsley, and salt, pepper, cayenne, and grated nutmeg to season. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and put into the icebox for an hour. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. Shad roe croquettes 7. Boil the roe of a large shad until done. Drain, mash, and mix with half a cupful of breadcrumbs, a beaten egg, 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, and salt and paprika to season. Shape into small flat cakes and sauté in melted butter, or dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Shad Roe Croquettes 8. Parboil the roes in salted and acidulated water, drain and plunge into ice water to cool. Drain and flake with a fork. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, add a cupful of milk, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and pepper, add the mashed roes and 2 eggs well beaten. Season with lemon juice and anchovy paste, reheat, but do not boil. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and cracker crumbs, and let stand for an hour before frying in deep fat. Shad Roe à la Baltimore. Put 2 or 3 roes into a well-buttered baking dish, sprinkle with salt and pepper, add a cupful and a half of stock and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Cover and cook in the oven for 15 minutes. Take up the roe and add slowly to the liquid the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with 1 cupful of cream. Cook over hot water until thick, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and salt and pepper to season. Pour over the fish, garnish with broiled bacon, and serve. Shad Roe à la Brook. Parboil 2 shad roes, drain, cool, and skin. Put into a saucepan, cover with white wine, add a clove, a blade of mace, and salt to season. Simmer for half an hour. Wash and drain 2 cupfuls of scallops, put into a saucepan and cover with salted boiling water, adding a bit of bay leaf, 4 whole allspice, and 2 cloves. Cover the dish and boil for half an hour. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, add a cupful of the water in which the scallops were boiled, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper, add a teaspoonful of minced garlic, and gradually 3 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits. Take from the fire and add the yolks of 3 eggs well beaten. Put the roe into a serving dish, cover with the scallops and freshly grated horseradish. Pour the sauce over, reheat, and serve. Shad Roe à la Maître d'Hôtel. Marinate the roes for an hour in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain, broil, and serve with a Maître d'Hôtel sauce to which chopped onion has been added. Shad Roe à la Maryland. Put 2 or 3 roes in a well-buttered baking pan, season with salt and pepper, add half a cupful each of stock and sherry, spread the roe with butter, cover, and bake for 15 minutes. Take up carefully and thicken the liquid with the yolks of 3 eggs beaten smooth with a cupful of cream. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, pour over the roe, garnish with fried bacon, and serve. Panned Shad Roe. Boil a shad roe for 15 minutes in salted water, drain, and break up with a fork. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, add the shad roe with the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs mashed fine, a small cupful of breadcrumbs, and pepper, salt, and minced parsley to season. Reheat and serve very hot. Shad roes en brochette. Parboil shad roes for 15 minutes, drain and plunge into cold water. When cool, cut into small pieces and roll in flour. String on slender skewers with alternate squares of bacon cut very thin and broil over a clear fire or cook in the oven until the bacon is crisp. The flour may be omitted. Serve with melted butter or maître d'hôtel sauce. Shad roe kromskis. Parboil a shad roe, drain, cool, skin, and cut into small pieces. Season with salt and pepper. Wrap a thin slice of bacon around each piece and fasten with a toothpick. Fry in deep fat and serve with any preferred sauce. Shad roes with brown butter sauce. Boil the roes slowly in salted and acidulated water, drain and pour over half a cupful of butter melted and browned and mixed with a tablespoonful of vinegar. Shad roe with mushrooms. Boil a shad roe, flake with a fork, and add an equal quantity of fresh or canned mushrooms cut in small pieces. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour and add half a cupful of cream mixed with the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Mix with the mushrooms and roe. Fill ramekins, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed shad roe with mushrooms. Parboil a shad roe, plunge into cold water, drain, cool, cut into squares, and sauté in butter until brown. Season with salt and pepper and add half a cupful of cooked mushrooms and 1 cupful of boiling cream. Thicken with a teaspoonful of flour rubbed smooth with a little cold cream, season with salt and red pepper, and serve very hot. Shad roe with eggs. Boil a shad roe and flake fine with a fork. Beat 3 eggs, season with salt and pepper, add the roe, and cook in a chafing dish or frying pan with plenty of melted butter. Shad roe with oysters. Fry the shad roe according to directions previously given and serve with fried oysters and broiled bacon. Shad roe with brown sauce. Soak a shad roe in water for half an hour, scald, drain, cool, and cut in slices. Sauté in butter and drain. Cook a tablespoonful of flour in the butter, add 1 cupful of stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, paprika, Worcestershire, and curry powder. Pour over the fish and serve. End of section 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Cooksey. www.kiwivoice.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 32. 16 Ways to Cook Sheep's Head. Boiled sheep's head. Clean and salt the fish and soak in cold water for an hour. Drain, wipe dry, and cut several deep gashes across both sides. Put the fish on the drainer of the fish kettle, pour the juice of a lemon over it, and cover with equal parts of milk and water. Add salt and pepper and minced parsley to season and simmer gently until the fish is done. Drain carefully and serve the sauce separately, thickening if desired. Boiled sheep's head with oyster sauce. Boil a prepared and cleaned fish in salted and acidulated water with a bunch of parsley, a sliced onion, and some sweet herbs. Drain, garnish with parsley, and serve with a hollandaise sauce to which cooked oysters have been added. Broiled sheep's head. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head. Score the sides deeply and broil, seasoning with salt and pepper and basting with oil. Melt half a cupful of butter and add it to the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of anchovy essence. Pour over the fish and serve. Fried fillets of sheep's head. Prepare and clean the fish and cut in fillets. Dip into salted milk, then in flour, then in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Sheep's head with caper sauce. Boil according to directions previously given and serve with caper sauce. Sheep's head with drawn butter. Clean a medium-sized fish. Rub with salt and pepper, steam for an hour. Take up carefully, garnish with parsley and lemon, and serve with drawn butter sauce. Sheep's head with parsley sauce. Cook the prepared and cleaned fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, drain, and serve with parsley sauce. Sheep's head a la Bahama. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head and remove the fins. Score deeply to the bone on both sides and put into a buttered fish pan with a chopped onion, a small bunch of parsley, 4 sliced tomatoes, and 4 chopped chili peppers. Add salt and pepper to season, 1 cupful of Catawba wine, and enough white stock to cover. Cover with a buttered paper and boil until done. Drain, strain the liquid through a coarse sieve, and add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour cooked in butter. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoons of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of half a lemon. Cover the fish with broiled tomatoes, pour the sauce around, and serve. Sheep's head a la Birmingham. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head and put into a buttered fish pan with 4 tablespoonfuls of butter, a bunch of parsley, a shredded green pepper, a chopped onion, 6 peeled and sliced tomatoes, 2 cupfuls each of white wine and water, and salt and paprika to season. Simmer until the fish is done. Drain and keep warm. Strain the liquid and thicken with flour browned in butter. Pour over the fish and serve with rice and baked green peppers. Sheep's head a la Caroline. Clean a sheep's head, cut off the fins and score to the bone on each side. Put into a buttered baking pan with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a bunch of parsley, a small chopped onion, a shredded green pepper, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1 cupful of white wine and 2 cupfuls of water or white stock. Cover with buttered paper and bake in a moderate oven, basting often with the liquid. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, thicken with flour cooked in butter, take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the juice of a lemon, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Sheep's head a la Creole. Chop together an onion, a green pepper, a tomato, 4 mushrooms, a clove of garlic, and a bunch of sweet herbs. Fry in olive oil, add a tablespoonful of flour and cook until the flour is brown. Add 1 cupful of beef stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Put 6 slices of sheep's head into a buttered baking pan, spread with the sauce, and bake slowly for an hour. Sheep's head a la Hollandaise. Prepare and clean a sheep's head, cover with salted and acidulated water, and simmer until done. Drain and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Sheep's head a l'Indienne. Cook a large sheep's head in a fish boiler, 2 cupfuls each of water and white wine, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 2 chopped onions, a chopped green pepper, a bunch of parsley, and salt, pepper, and sweet herbs to season. Cover with buttered paper, boil until done, and drain. Cook 3 tablespoonfuls of butter with 2 tablespoonfuls each of flour and curry powder. Add the liquid drained from the fish and enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and skim off the fat. Add 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and chutney sauce, take from the fire, add the juice of a lemon, pour over the fish, and serve with plain boiled rice. Sheep's head à la Louisiane. Prepare and clean a large sheep's head and put into a buttered baking dish with 2 sliced onions, a chopped green pepper, a cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, 2 cupfuls of white wine, a bunch of parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and white pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 40 minutes. Basting is necessary. When done, drain the fish and keep it warm. Strain the liquid and add enough brown stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with flour browned in butter, add the juice of a lemon and a little minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve with a border of plain boiled rice. Sheep's head à la Majestic. Butter a baking pan and line it with sliced onions and tomatoes, sprinkled with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Lay upon it a clean sheep's head weighing 3 pounds. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and flour, and add enough stock and white wine to keep from burning. Baste as required, and serve with the onions and tomatoes around the platter. Sheep's head à la Mobile. Prepare and clean a large fish and cut it into thin slices. Put it into a buttered saucepan with half a dozen sliced tomatoes, 2 sliced onions, a bunch of parsley, 2 bruised beans of garlic, and salt, paprika, and sweet herbs to season. Add equal parts of claret and white stock to cover. Cover with buttered paper, bring to the boil and simmer for 40 minutes. Drain, strain the sauce, thicken with flour browned in butter, take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of a lemon, pour over the fish and serve. End of section 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Craig Cooksey. www.kiwivoice.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 33. 9 Ways to Cook Skate. Fried skate. Prepare and clean the fish and cut into suitable pieces for serving. Dip in flour, then in egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled skate. Prepare and clean a small skate and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Put into a kettle an onion and a carrot sliced, a bunch of parsley, a sprig of thyme, 2 bay leaves, a tablespoonful each of salt and peppercorns, and half a cupful of vinegar. Put the fish on this, add cold water to cover, and boil slowly for 45 minutes. Drain, and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled skate with black butter. Boil the skate until tender in salted and acidulated water to cover, with onion, thyme, parsley, bay leaves, and pepper to season. Drain the fish and pour over half a cupful of brown butter, to which a tablespoonful of vinegar has been added. Boiled skate with caper sauce. Cook the fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, adding a sliced onion, 2 bay leaves, and a bunch of parsley to the water, with salt and pepper to season. Drain, place on a hot dish, and serve with caper sauce. Boiled skate with oyster sauce. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, drain, and serve with oyster sauce. Baked skate. Skin the fish and cut into suitable pieces for serving. Put into a buttered saucepan with the juice of half a lemon and a bunch of sweet herbs. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, dredge with flour, and pour in 2 cupfuls of milk. When nearly tender, drain, brown in the oven, thicken the sauce with butter and flour cooked together, Pour around the fish and serve. Skate with fine herbs. Butter a baking dish and put into it pieces of prepared skate. Sprinkle with chopped mushrooms, onion, and parsley. Season with salt and pepper. Add 2 wineglassfuls of sherry and half a cupful of stock. Sprinkle with crumbs and bake. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid enough brown stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of anchovy essence, and the juice of half a lemon. Pour around the fish and serve. Skate à l'Italienne. Put the prepared fish into a buttered saucepan with a bean of garlic, 1 bay leaf, 2 sprigs of thyme, a tablespoonful of butter, 3 cloves, and salt and pepper to season. Sprinkle with flour, cover the fish with milk, and simmer gently until done, then drain. Put into a serving dish, sprinkle with grated cheese, and garnish with boiled button onions and triangles of fried bread. Strain the sauce over and serve. Skate à la Royale. Parboil small pieces of skate, drain, cool, and marinate in oil and vinegar. Season with salt and pepper. Drain, dip in batter, and fry. Serve with any preferred sauce.
End of section 33. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit librivox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 34. 35 Ways to Cook Smelts. Broiled Smelts 1. Dip prepared smelts in lemon juice and seasoned melted butter, then in flour. Broil in a double broiler and serve with remoulade sauce. Broiled Smelts 2. Draw and clean large smelts, dip in oil, season with salt and pepper, and broil on a double broiler. Serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Broiled Smelts 3. Split and bone large smelts, rub with seasoned oil and broil. Serve with Béarnaise sauce. Broiled Smelts 4. Soak the prepared fish for an hour in seasoned olive oil. Drain, broil carefully, and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Broiled Smelts 5. Take off the heads, split the fish, remove the backbone, and broil for 5 minutes on a buttered broiler. Garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with melted butter made very hot with red pepper. Broiled boned smelts à la Béarnaise. Split a dozen good-sized smelts, take out the backbone, rubbed with seasoned oil, and broil on a double broiler. Pour Béarnaise sauce into the platter, lay the smelts upon it, and serve. Broiled Smelts with onion sauce. Clean 6 or 7 large smelts, dip in beaten egg, then into seasoned crumbs, and string on skewers by the heads. Broil, basting with melted butter as required. Fry 2 teaspoonfuls of chopped onion in butter, but do not brown. Take from the fire, add a teaspoonful of vinegar and an equal quantity of minced parsley. Pour into a bowl and put on ice until cool. When ready to serve, mix a tablespoonful and a half of fresh butter with the sauce and make it into small balls. Serve 1 ball of the butter with each fish. Baked Smelts 1. Remove the heads, split, dip in melted butter, then in flour. Put into a buttered baking pan, bake for 10 minutes. Sprinkle with cayenne and lemon juice, and serve. Baked smelts 2. Put prepared smelts into a buttered baking dish. Sprinkle with chopped parsley and mushrooms, and salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Pour over half a cupful of white wine, cover with the cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve in the baking dish. Baked smelts 3. Clean 18 or 20 smelts and put into a baking dish with 1 tablespoonful each of chopped onion and celery, a wineglassful of white wine, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with large fresh mushrooms and a cupful of Spanish sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in a hot oven. Sprinkle with parsley, squeeze lemon juice over, and serve. Baked smelts à la Duchelle. Put a dozen cleaned and prepared smelts into a buttered baking dish and sprinkle with chopped onion, parsley, mushrooms, salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Cover with drawn butter sauce, to which a wineglassful of white wine has been added. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake for 30 minutes. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Baked smelts à la Menton. Prepare according to the instructions given for baked smelts à la Duchelle, omitting the chopped onion and the wine from the sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs and grated Parmesan cheese. Dot with butter and brown in the oven. Squeeze the juice of a lemon over and serve. Fried smelts 1. Dip the prepared fish into seasoned melted butter, then into cornmeal, and fry in deep fat, or dip in beaten egg and cornmeal. Fried smelts 2. Clean the fish, season with salt and pepper, and sauté in hot fat, or dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Fried smelts 3. Dredge the cleaned fish with flour, dip in egg and crumbs, and sauté in a frying pan with butter, or fry in deep fat. Fried smelts 4. Dip the cleaned smelts in cream, then in seasoned flour, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts 5. Clean small smelts, season with salt and pepper, dip in egg and crumbs, and string on skewers, piercing the head with a skewer. Fry in deep fat and serve with mayonnaise or tartar sauce. Fried smelts 6. Clean the smelts, trim off the tails, and remove the backbone. Sprinkle with salt and pepper inside and out, and skewer into circles with toothpicks. Dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts à l'anglaise. Dip the cleaned fish into cracker crumbs, then in beaten eggs, then in cracker crumbs, and fry brown in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts au beurre noir. Clean the smelts, season with salt and pepper, dip in cornmeal, then in beaten egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Drain and serve with brown butter sauce. If desired, the fish may be skewered in circles before frying. Fried smelts à la Parisienne. Wash the smelts, remove the bone, wipe dry, dredge with flour, put their tails in their mouths, fasten with a toothpick, and fry in very hot fat. Garnish with hard-boiled eggs and serve with tartar sauce. Fried smelts with salt pork. Clean the smelts, leaving them whole. Dip into fine crumbs or cornmeal. Cut half a pound of fat salt pork into dice and fry until crisp. Take up the pork, fry the fish in the fat, and drain on brown paper. Make a cream sauce, using the pork fat instead of butter. Add to it the diced pork, pour around the fish, and serve. Stuffed smelts. 1. Stuff the cleaned fish with bread crumbs mixed with tomato and melted butter, seasoning with salt and pepper. Bake in a buttered pan and serve with any preferred sauce. Stuffed smelts 2. Stuff cleaned smelts with chopped oysters and seasoned crumbs. Roll in melted butter, then in crumbs, and bake for 15 minutes, basting with melted butter. The breading may be omitted if a more simple dish is desired. Serve with béarnaise sauce. Stuffed smelts 3. Cook to a paste 1 cupful of crumbs and 1 cupful of milk. Beat smooth, add 1 egg, well beaten, a teaspoonful each of minced parsley, lemon juice, and chopped olives, and 1 cupful of chopped oysters. Stuff large smelts, lay them in a pan lined with buttered paper, skewer the head and tail together, and fill the circles with stuffing. Steam for 15 minutes or sprinkle with crumbs and butter, and bake. Stuffed smelts à l'italienne. Prepare, clean, and split the smelts, stuff with seasoned crumbs, and arrange in a buttered baking dish. Cover with Italian sauce and bake. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve. Chopped oysters or cooked fish may be used with, or instead of, the crumbs. Stuffed smelts au gratin. Chop half a pound of raw fish, either sea bass or salmon, and pound in a mortar to make very fine. Add 2 tablespoonsful of breadcrumbs, which have been soaked in hot milk and squeezed dry. Add the yolks of 2 eggs and the white of 1, 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, and salt and pepper to season. Rub until very smooth, and fold in lastly 2 tablespoonfuls of whipped cream. Let cool thoroughly. Fry 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped onion in butter with 2 tablespoonsful of minced parsley and 1/4 pound of chopped fresh mushrooms. Season with salt and pepper and set aside. Stuff the smelts with the fish paste. Butter a silver platter and spread it thinly with the fried onions and mushrooms. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of white wine and lay the fish upon it. Sprinkle with salt and pepper, spread with the rest of the onion and mushrooms, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the same dish. Smelts au gratin. Clean and dry 18 smelts. Fry together in butter a chopped onion, 2 shallots, twice the quantity of mushrooms, a minced bean of garlic, and a tablespoonful of minced parsley. Butter a baking dish, spread the cooked vegetables upon it, and lay upon it the prepared fish. Season with salt and pepper, moisten with half a glassful of white wine, cover with large fresh mushrooms, pour over a cupful of Spanish sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake in the oven. Sprinkle with lemon juice and minced parsley and serve. The smelts may be boned if desired. Smelts au beurre noir. Roll the cleaned smelts in flour, sauté in butter, and arrange on fingers of buttered toast. Brown half a cupful of butter, add a tablespoonful of vinegar, pour over the fish, and serve. Smelts à la boulangère. Clean and dry the fish, dip into cream, then into flour, and fry in deep fat. Smelts à la Davis. Prepare and clean the fish, remove the bone, dip in milk, season with salt and pepper, dip in flour, and brown in butter. Melt 2 tablespoonfuls of peanut butter and add it to the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve, garnishing with lemon and parsley. Smelts à la Toulouse. Clean and bone a dozen large smelts. Cook in a saucepan with white wine and mushroom liquor or stock, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain and add the remaining liquid to a cupful of Allemande sauce. Add a few button mushrooms and a tablespoonful of butter to the sauce. Pour over the smelts and serve. Smelts à la Dresden. Clean and remove the bone from large smelts and stuff them with seasoned crumbs, chopped oysters, and mushrooms rubbed to a paste with melted butter. Butter a serving dish, lay the prepared fish upon it, cover with chopped onion, and squeeze over the juice of a lemon. Add a tablespoonful of butter and a cupful of white stock and bake half an hour. Serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled smelts. Cook smelts in salted and acidulated water or in court bouillon. Drain and serve with tartar sauce. Smelts with mayonnaise. Dip the cleaned fish into beaten egg, then into crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve cold with mayonnaise. Stewed smelts. Clean the fish and remove the heads. Put into a buttered china baking dish. Add enough fish or veal stock to cover, and chopped onions, capers, parsley, thyme, pepper, and salt, and white wine to season. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and bake for 10 or 15 minutes. Serve in the same dish. Smelts with fine herbs. Chop together chives and parsley and sprinkle a buttered baking dish. Season with salt and pepper. Lay prepared smelts upon it. Sprinkle with chopped onions and seasoning. Add half a cupful of white wine. Cover with buttered paper and bake for 10 minutes. Take up carefully and thicken the liquid with butter and flour cooked together, and serve with the fish. Smelt croquettes. Clean and split smelts and remove the backbone. Pound fine a pound of cooked halibut, season with salt, white pepper, and sherry. Add enough very thick cream sauce to make a stiff paste, and cool. Shape into croquettes and roll a smelt around each one, fastening it by sticking the tail through the head. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in hot lard to cover. Serve with tartar sauce. Smelts in matelote. Chop together an onion, a sprig of parsley, 3 mushrooms, and a bean of garlic. Fry in oil and season with salt and pepper. Put the cleaned smelts into the pan, add enough white wine to cover, and simmer until done. Strain the liquid, thicken it with butter and flour cooked together, pour over the fish, and serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. End of Chapter 34. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Fall 2006.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, aka Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 35. 55 Ways to Cook Soles. Note: If the imported sole is not readily obtainable, flounder or pompano make a very acceptable substitute. Boiled soles. Trim the soles, rub with lemon juice, and boil in salted water. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled sole, Recipe 1. Marinate for an hour in oil and lemon juice seasoned with salt and pepper. Broil on a double broiler and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled sole, Recipe 2. Clean and skin a sole, dip in melted butter and lemon juice, then in seasoned crumbs, and broil. Remove the bone from an anchovy and rub it to a paste with a small lump of butter. Add a wineglassful of white wine and the juice of half a lemon and keep the sauce warm. Place the sole on a hot dish, pour the sauce over, and serve. Baked fillets of sole, Recipe 1. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with chopped onions and parsley, lay fillets of sole upon it, spread with butter, season with salt and pepper, add a wineglassful of white wine, and bake in the oven, basting frequently. Take up the fish carefully, add to the liquid a dozen chopped mushrooms, a tablespoonful of fresh breadcrumbs, and minced parsley to season. Lay the fillets on a baking dish, spread with the paste, cover with large fresh mushrooms, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve very hot in the same dish. Baked fillets of sole, Recipe 2. Put the prepared fillets in a buttered baking dish, sprinkling with chopped onion, parsley, and mushrooms, and seasoning with salt and pepper. Add a tablespoonful of butter and enough white wine and white stock in equal parts to keep from burning. Bake, basting frequently. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add a cupful of brown stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take up the fish, drain the liquor from the pan into the sauce, and reheat. Spread the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fillets of sole baked in white wine. Butter a baking dish and put into it 6 fillets of sole. Add half a cupful of hot water and a tablespoonful of lemon juice. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, seasoning with minced parsley, grated onion, salt, cayenne, and powdered mace. Add 1 cupful of white wine and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Drain the fish, pour the sauce over, and serve. Baked sole with wine sauce. Clean a large sole, trimming off the gills and dark skin and scraping the white side. Make a deep cut on each side of the backbone and take off the fins. Put into a buttered baking pan with salt and pepper to season and 2 cupfuls of white wine. Bake for 20 minutes. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add a cupful of cold water and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Strain the liquor from the fish into the sauce, bring to a boil, add 1 tablespoonful each of butter and minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Fried sole, Recipe 1. Remove the skin, dip in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried sole, Recipe 2. Skin and clean a pair of soles and marinate for an hour in oil and lemon juice. Dip in egg and crumbs and fry in deep fat. Cool, trim, dip into melted butter, then into the beaten yolk of eggs, and then into seasoned crumbs. Sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese and broil slowly, basting with melted butter if needed. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Fried fillets of sole, Recipe 1. Marinate a sole for an hour in white wine, seasoned with salt, pepper, and sweet herbs. Drain, cut into fillets, dip in milk, dredge with flour, and fry in hot lard. Fried fillets of sole, Recipe 2. Sprinkle the prepared fillets with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in egg and crumbs. Repeat. Fry in fat to cover and serve with tartar sauce. Fried fillets of sole à la Orly. Soak the prepared fillets for an hour in lemon juice seasoned with grated onion, minced parsley, salt, and pepper. Drain, dry, dredge with flour or dip in batter. Fry in deep fat and serve with tomato sauce. Fried sole à la Anglaise. Dredge the prepared fish with flour, brush with the beaten yolk of an egg, cover with crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fried sole à la Colbert, Recipe 1. Cut the fish into fillets, dip in milk, then in flour, and fry brown. Serve with melted butter and garnish with lemon and parsley. Fried sole à la Colbert, Recipe 2. Select 6 small soles, cut off their heads, and make an incision down the backbone. Season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in egg crumbs, fry in hot fat, drain, and serve with Colbert sauce. Fried soles with shrimp sauce. Fillet the fish, dip in flour, then into egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with shrimp sauce. Sole à la Aurore. Butter a shallow platter, lay a sole upon it, cover with buttered paper, and put into the oven for 10 minutes. Take it out and remove the backbone, filling in its place with chopped onions and parsley. Replace the upper side of the fish. Cover with a cupful of cream sauce and put in the oven for 10 or 15 minutes. Rub the yolks of hard-boiled eggs through a sieve over the fish and garnish with the whites in rings, sliced lemon, and parsley. Fillets of sole à la Bercy. Cook some fillets of sole in butter, seasoning with salt, pepper, and minced onion. Take up the fish, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and a teaspoonful of minced parsley and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Bordeaux. Season the prepared fillets with salt and pepper. Dip in melted butter, then into flour, then into beaten eggs, then into breadcrumbs. Fry brown in deep fat, garnish with lemon and parsley, and serve with tomato sauce. Soles à la Colbert. Skin and trim the soles and boil in salted water until done. Chop fine a head of endive and fry it in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of stock. Bring to boil, take from the fire, and add the yolk of an egg beaten smooth with a little cream. Place the soles on a hot dish, pour over the sauce, and serve. Fillets of sole à la crème. Simmer the prepared fillets in salted and acidulated water to cover, seasoning with salt and pepper, sliced onion, cloves, and parsley. Cook together a tablespoonful each of butter and flour and add 1 cupful of cream and half a cupful of stock. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, season with salt and pepper, and add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten smooth with a tablespoonful of lemon juice and a tablespoonful of melted butter. Pour the sauce over the fillets and serve. Sole à la Depose. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with chopped shallot, and lay upon it the fillets of 3 soles. Add half a wineglassful of white wine and 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor. Cook for 6 minutes. Take up and reduce the liquid half by rapid boiling. Add to it 1 cupful of Allemande sauce, a dozen cooked mussels or oysters, and half a dozen small cooked mushrooms. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of half a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Française. Fry the fillets with a chopped onion and a tablespoonful of chopped parsley in seasoned butter. Serve with Italian sauce. Fillets of sole à la Italienne. Arrange the prepared fillets in a buttered saucepan with salt, pepper, chopped onion, and half a cupful of white wine. Cook for 10 minutes and drain carefully, reserving the liquid. Add 4 tablespoons of chopped mushrooms and 2 cupfuls of Spanish sauce. Add a tablespoonful of butter, a teaspoonful of minced parsley, and the juice of half a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Joinville. Season the prepared fillets with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg, and put into a buttered baking pan with a tablespoonful of butter and half a cupful of white wine. Cover, cook for 10 minutes, and drain, reserving the liquid. Arrange on a serving dish and cover with cooked mushrooms, oysters, and lobster. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add the fish gravy and 2 cupfuls of white stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a pinch of red pepper, and enough pounded lobster coral to tint. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Joinville, Recipe 2. Butter a flat baking dish and arrange in it, crown-shaped, the prepared and cleaned fillets of 3 soles. Add half a wineglassful of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, and salt and pepper to season. Cook for 6 minutes. Take up the fish and put on a hot dish. Cover with Allemande sauce, garnish with broiled mushrooms, and serve. Sole à la maître d'hôtel. Simmer fillets of sole for 6 minutes in salted and acidulated water to cover. Drain and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Fillets of sole à la maître d'hôtel. Put the fillets into a buttered baking tin. Sprinkle with salt and lemon juice. Cover with buttered paper and cook in a hot oven for 6 minutes. Put the bones and trimmings of the fish into a saucepan with cold water to cover and simmer slowly. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add the strained fish stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add 1/4 cupful of cream, reheat, take from the fire. Add a tablespoonful of minced parsley, a dash of lemon juice, and salt and pepper to season. Arrange the fillets on a hot platter, drain the liquid from the pan into the sauce, pour over the fish, and serve. Fillets of sole à la Marechal. Season the prepared fillets with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and cover with a thin coating of bechamel sauce. Put on ice for an hour. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and sauté in clarified butter. Drain and serve with bechamel sauce. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 1. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, sweet herbs, oysters, mushrooms, truffles, and 1/4 pound of ham, all chopped very fine and mixed to a paste with stock. Stuff the fish with this. Sprinkle with lemon juice, dot with butter, sprinkle with crumbs, minced parsley, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1/2 cupful of white stock and bake slowly, basting frequently and adding more stock if required. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 2. Butter a baking dish and cover with sliced onions parboiled. Lay the sole upon them, seasoning with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Add the juice of a lemon and white wine to cover. Bake in a slow oven, basting with the gravy and adding melted butter if necessary. Serve with a sauce made by adding 1/2 cupful of cream to the gravy and thickening with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 3. Put the fillets from 3 soles in a buttered saucepan with 1/2 wineglassful of white wine, 3 tablespoonfuls of mushroom liquor, and salt and pepper to season. Cover and cook for 6 minutes, drain, and arrange on a serving dish. Boil the gravy for 5 minutes, add a cupful of Allemande sauce, a dozen oysters, and 6 sliced mushrooms. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter and the juice of 1/2 lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Sole à la Normandie. Recipe 4. Butter a baking dish and put the fish into it with 2 dozen oysters, a dozen mussels, a chopped onion, a sprig each of thyme and parsley, a tablespoonful of butter, and salt and pepper to season. Add 1 cupful each of red wine and stock. Cover and cook until nearly done. Drain and keep warm. Lay the oysters and mussels over the sole. Add to the liquid enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce. Strain and thicken with flour cooked in butter. Take from the fire, add the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, pour over the fish, and serve. Fillets of sole à la Normandie. Put the fillets in a buttered saucepan with salt and pepper to season, a tablespoonful of butter, a chopped onion, and 1/2 cupful of white wine. Cover and cook for 10 minutes, then take up the fish and drain carefully. Cook together without browning 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add the liquid drained from the pan and enough oyster liquor and white stock to make 3 cupfuls of sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Skim, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in small bits, the juice of 1/2 lemon, and a few cooked oysters, mussels, and scallops cut fine. Pour the sauce over and serve. Fillets of sole à la Orly. Marinate the prepared fillets for 1/2 hour in lemon juice with pepper and salt to season. Put the trimmings of the fish into a saucepan with a bunch of sweet herbs and white wine to cover. Season with salt and pepper. Boil rapidly for 15 minutes and strain. Dredge the fillets with flour, fry in boiling fat, and serve the sauce separately. Fillets of sole à la Provence. Simmer the fillets in white wine to which a little olive oil has been added, seasoning with minced parsley and garlic, grated nutmeg, salt, and pepper. Drain, sprinkle with lemon juice, and serve with a border of fried onions. Fillets of sole à la Rouen. Put the prepared fillets into a buttered baking pan and squeeze lemon juice over them. Cover with buttered paper and bake. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 1 cupful of fish stock and half a cupful of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, paprika, and lemon juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole à la Trouville. Put the prepared fillets into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, half a cupful of white wine, and half a cupful of stock. Cover and cook quickly. Then drain the fish and keep warm. Put into the pan in which the fish was cooked 2 dozen large oysters, 2 cupfuls of scallops, and a dozen large mushrooms. Simmer slowly until cooked. Drain and cover the fish with them. Add stock if necessary to make the required quantity of sauce, and thicken with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour cooked together. Pour the sauce over, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fillets of sole à la Venetienne. Put the prepared fillets into a buttered pan with salt, pepper, nutmeg, a chopped onion, and half a cupful of white wine. Cover and cook for 10 minutes. Add 2 cupfuls of stock and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter. Pour the sauce over the fish, sprinkle with chopped parsley, and serve. Fillets of sole à la Venetienne, Recipe 2. Simmer the fillets for 10 minutes in a saucepan with clarified butter, lemon juice, white pepper, and salt. Simmer other fillets without trimming in the same manner. Drain and cool. Cut the untrimmed fillets into dice, mix with thick Allemande sauce, grated Parmesan cheese, and salt, white pepper, and grated nutmeg to season. Spread this preparation very thinly on an earthen dish, and when it is cool, cut into pieces the size and shape of the fillets. Dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs. Fry in fat to cover. Warm the fillets and arrange in a circle alternately with the breaded ones. Serve with any prepared sauce. Sole au gratin, Recipe 1. Make a paste of breadcrumbs and chopped mushrooms, seasoning with pepper, salt, and minced parsley, and using cream for the liquid. Butter a serving dish, spread with a layer of the paste, lay the fish upon it, and pour over it a wineglassful of white wine and an equal quantity of veal or chicken stock. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the dish in which it was cooked. Sole au gratin, Recipe 2. Butter a baking pan, sprinkle with crumbs, chopped onion, and minced parsley. Season the fish with salt, pepper, and ginger, and stuff with whole oysters, shrimps, and mushroom. Cover with a layer of breadcrumbs, parsley, and butter. Add half a wineglassful of white wine, and bake until done. Sole au gratin, Recipe 3. Put the prepared fish into a buttered baking dish, season with salt and pepper, sprinkle with minced parsley, add enough white wine to keep from burning, and bake. Take up carefully. Cover with Italian sauce, sprinkle thickly with crumbs, and brown in the oven. Sole au gratin, Recipe 4. Cook together in butter a chopped onion, half a dozen mushrooms, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, and a bean of garlic, with salt and pepper to season. Spread on the bottom of a buttered baking dish and lay the seasoned fillets upon it. Add half a wineglassful of white wine and bake for 5 minutes. Cover with fresh mushrooms, pour over a cupful of Spanish sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Squeeze the juice of half a lemon over it and serve. Stewed soles with oyster sauce. Soak the fish for 2 hours in seasoned vinegar and simmer until done in salted and acidulated water. Serve with oyster sauce. Fillets of sole with anchovies. Fry the fillets in olive oil, seasoning with salt and pepper, cool and cut into small pieces. Add 4 anchovies cut into small bits, pour over a French dressing, and serve with toasted crackers. Fillets of sole in cases. Fry in butter 1 cupful of chopped mushrooms, 2 tablespoonfuls of chopped onion, and 1 tablespoonful of minced parsley, seasoning with salt and pepper. Cut the soles in fillets, spread with the mixture, tie with a thread, put into a buttered pan, cover, and bake. Put each fillet into a small paper case, fill with cream sauce, lay a mushroom on top of each one, and serve. Fillets of sole with fine herbs. Prepare according to directions given for fillets of sole à la Joinville Recipe 2, adding to the sauce a chopped onion and 2 shallots browned in butter, with twice the quantity of chopped mushrooms and a bean of garlic. Season with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Soles with fine herbs. Trim the fish and put into a buttered baking pan, sprinkling with chopped mushrooms, parsley, and grated onion. Season with salt, pepper, and grated nutmeg. Add enough white wine to keep from burning. Cover with buttered paper and bake. Take up the fish and add the drained liquid to a cupful of Allemande sauce and reheat. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of butter, the juice of half a lemon, and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole with mushrooms. Bake the fillets for 10 minutes and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add half a cupful of stock and half a cupful of cream. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Add a pound of fresh mushrooms, chopped fine, and simmer until the mushrooms are cooked. Cool the mushroom mixture and spread upon the fillets. Set the baking pan into another of hot water, reheat in the oven, and serve with hollandaise sauce. Fillets of sole with oysters. Fry the fillets in butter and cover with Allemande sauce, to which chopped cooked oysters have been added. Fillets of sole with ravigote sauce. Fry the fillets in seasoned butter, adding a little lemon juice when done. Pour over ravigote sauce and serve. Fillets of sole in turbans. Put the bones and trimmings cut from the fillets of sole in cold water to cover. Simmer for half an hour, strain, and add a pinch of salt to the liquid. When it boils, put in the fillets rolled up and fastened with a toothpick. Simmer for 10 minutes and prepare a cream sauce, using for liquid half fish stock and half milk or cream. Pour over the fish and serve. Fillets of sole with wine. Butter a baking pan. Lay the fillets in it, season with salt and pepper, and spread with butter. Add half a cupful of white wine, cover with buttered paper, and bake for 5 or 10 minutes. Take up the fish carefully and add to the liquid a teaspoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolk of 2 eggs, beaten smooth, with half a cupful of cream. Pour over the fish and serve. Rolled fillets of sole. Beat together until smooth 2 tablespoonfuls of anchovy paste, a teaspoonful of lemon juice, a pinch of mustard, a dash of cayenne, and 2 tablespoonfuls of fresh butter. Spread long, narrow fillets of sole with the butter, roll, and fasten with wooden toothpicks. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and bake, wrapping in buttered paper if desired. These fillets may be fried in butter with parsley and onions, or dipped in egg and crumbs and fried in deep fat, or cooked with wine and lemon juice and stock made from the bone and trimmings, and served with a strained stock thickened with butter and flour cooked together. Stuffed fillets of sole. Wind long, thin, narrow fillets of sole around small carrots to keep their shape, fastening with toothpicks. Simmer the trimmings of the fish for half an hour in 2 cupfuls of boiling water to cover, seasoning with salt and paprika. Cover the fillets with 1 cupful of the stock and half a cupful of white wine. Simmer for 20 minutes. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, adding 1/2 cupful of fish stock, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1/2 cupful of chopped shrimps and 1/2 cupful of chopped oysters, the yolk of 1 egg well beaten, Worcestershire, salt, and Tabasco sauce to season. Take out the carrots and replace with the cooked mixture. Cool, dip the fillets in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. Chaudfroid of soles. Marinate the fillets of 3 soles in seasoned lemon juice. Chop half a dozen mushrooms and cook for 5 minutes in butter, seasoned with pepper and salt. Add enough breadcrumbs to make a smooth paste, cool, and spread on the fillets. Fold each piece of fish so that the stuffing will be in the middle. Arrange on a buttered baking dish, cook in a moderate oven, and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour, and add 1 cupful of fish stock made from the bones and trimmings of the soles. Take from the fire, add a little cream, and stir until cold. Pour the sauce over the fillets, garnish with lemon, parsley, and hard-boiled eggs, and serve very cold. Fritters of sole. Rub 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into half a pound of flour, add a pinch of salt, the beaten yolk of an egg, and enough cold water to make a very stiff paste. Roll the paste very thin and cut into pieces large enough to wrap fillets of sole, which have been seasoned with pepper and salt and lemon juice. Fry in deep fat and serve with tartar sauce. End of section 35. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recorded by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. Section 36. 25 Ways to Cook Sturgeon. Boiled Sturgeon, Recipe 1. Cover a cut of sturgeon with salted and acidulated water. Add an onion, 6 cloves, a slice of carrot, 3 bay leaves, a small bunch of parsley, and a cupful of wine. Simmer slowly until done. Drain and serve with some of the cooking liquor thickened with flour browned in butter. Boiled Sturgeon, Recipe 2. Boil the fish in court bouillon and serve with drawn butter sauce. Broiled Sturgeon Steaks, Recipe 1. Parboil sturgeon steaks for 15 minutes, drain, wipe dry, season with salt and pepper, and broil. Serve with melted butter or maître d'hôtel sauce. Broiled Sturgeon Steaks, Recipe 2. Skin and soak for an hour in cold salted water. Drain, wipe dry, and soak for an hour in a marinade of oil and vinegar. Drain and broil. Serve with melted butter and lemon juice. Broiled Sturgeon Steaks, Recipe 3. Skin the steaks and soak in cold salted water for an hour. Drain, season, and broil, basting with melted butter as required. Season with melted butter and garnish with lemon quarters and parsley, or brown a tablespoonful of flour and butter, add half a cupful of cold water, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, lemon juice, Worcestershire sauce, or anchovy essence. Bring to the boil, pour over the fish, and serve. Fried Sturgeon, Recipe 1. Parboil slices of sturgeon in milk for 15 minutes. Drain, dip in a beaten egg, then in seasoned flour, and fry brown in butter. Fried Sturgeon, Recipe 2. Cut the fish into cutlets, dredge with flour, dip into egg and crumbs, and sauté in a frying pan. Drain off the fat, add a little flour, and cook to a smooth paste. Add boiling water to make a sauce, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with grated onion, pepper, and salt, and sweet herbs. Reheat the fish in the sauce, squeeze in half the juice of a lemon, and serve. Fried Sturgeon, Recipe 3. Cut sturgeon steaks into small cutlets. Dip into egg and crumbs, fry in fat to cover, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked Sturgeon, Recipe 1. Skin a large cut of sturgeon, parboil for 15 minutes, drain, cover with a marinade of oil and vinegar, and let stand for an hour. Gash the surface deeply and fill the incision with a force meat of breadcrumbs and minced salt pork, seasoning with lemon juice, pepper, and minced parsley, and adding enough melted butter to make it smooth. Cover and add enough boiling water to keep from burning, and bake, basting frequently. Baked Sturgeon, Recipe 2. Skin a large cut of sturgeon, parboil for 15 minutes, drain and cool. Rub with a marinade of oil and vinegar. Cover and bake with enough water to keep from burning. Serve with caper sauce. Baked Sturgeon, Recipe 3. Skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon and parboil for 20 minutes. Drain and put into a baking pan on a layer of thinly sliced bacon. Add enough boiling water to keep from burning and bake until done, basting often. Baked Sturgeon, Recipe 4. Skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon, soak in salted water for an hour, drain, and parboil in fresh water. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, chopped salt pork, sweet herbs, and enough melted butter to make a smooth paste. Score the upper side of the fish deeply and fill the gashes with the stuffing. Put in a buttered baking dish with enough water to keep from burning and bake for an hour, basting as required. Serve with drawn buttered sauce, seasoned with capers and ketchup. Baked sturgeon, Recipe 5. Cover a buttered baking pan with thin slices of salt pork. Sprinkle with chopped carrot, turnip, and onion, and lay a thick cut of sturgeon upon it. Season the fish with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and cover with thin slices of pork. Cook for 10 minutes, then add 1 cupful of boiling water and cook slowly, basting as required. Dredge with seasoned flour after each basting and add more boiling water if necessary. After the fish has cooked for an hour, remove the pork and drop it into the pan. Pour a wine glassful of sherry over the fish, spread with butter, and dredge thickly with flour. Bake until the fish is a rich brown color. Take out the pork and add enough boiling water to the liquid in the pan to make the required quantity of sauce. Thicken with butter and flour cooked together, strain, and serve with the fish. Sturgeon à la Cardinal. Clean 2 pounds of sturgeon, bind into shape with tape, and put it into a buttered saucepan with acidulated water to cover. Add an onion, 4 cloves, a blade of mace, a sliced carrot, and a bunch of sweet herbs. Simmer gently until the fish is done and serve with lobster sauce. Sturgeon à la Françoise. Skin and clean a 5-pound cut of sturgeon and tie into shape with strings. Put into a buttered saucepan with sliced carrots and onions, a bunch of parsley, 3 blades of mace, 3 cloves of garlic, and salt and pepper to season. Add red wine and white stock in equal parts to cover. Simmer until done, drain, and keep warm. Take enough of the strained liquid to make a sauce and thicken with butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add a tablespoonful of anchovy essence, a dash of paprika, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and the juice of a lemon. Pour over the fish and serve. Sturgeon à la Normandie. Remove the skin from a 5-pound cut of sturgeon. Cover with thin slices of salt pork and tie into shape with a string. Put into a saucepan with sliced vegetables, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 cupful of white wine, 2 cupfuls of white stock, a little oyster or mussel liqueur, and salt and sweet herbs to season. Cover and cook slowly for an hour, basting with the liquid frequently. When done, drain the fish and keep warm. Strain the liquid, skim off the fat, thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 4 eggs beaten with the juice of a lemon and 2 tablespoonfuls of butter in bits. Take the pork off the sturgeon, pour the sauce over, and serve. Sturgeon à la Russe. Soak 2 pounds of sturgeon in salted water to cover for 10 or 12 hours. Drain and marinate in vinegar for an hour. Put it into a fish kettle with boiling water to cover, adding 2 onions, a bunch of sweet herbs, and a little salt. When nearly done, drain, dredge with flour, and brown in the oven, basting with melted butter. Bone and skin 2 anchovies and put them into a saucepan with a wineglassful of white wine, a small onion, a bit of lemon peel, and a cupful of stock. Boil for 5 minutes, strain, thicken with flour and butter cooked together. Take from the fire, add 2 tablespoonfuls of cream, and pour over the fish, or serve separately. Stewed sturgeon, Recipe 1. Marinate slices of sturgeon in vinegar for 10 minutes. Drain, dry, dredge with flour, and fry brown in hot fat. Add enough veal stock to cover the fish, and a wineglassful of Madeira. Cover and simmer for an hour. Add a tablespoonful of capers and serve. Stewed sturgeon, Recipe 2. Cut sturgeon steaks into small pieces and parboil for 15 minutes. Drain, season with salt and pepper, and cook slowly in butter until done. Add 1 cupful of milk, bring to the boil, and add 1 tablespoonful of flour rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and serve. Sturgeon Steak Recipe 1. Put a large sturgeon steak into a buttered baking pan with salt, pepper, sliced onion, a bunch of parsley, and some sweet herbs. Add claret and white stock to cover. Cover with a buttered paper and cook slowly until done. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Sturgeon Steak Recipe 2. Cover a sturgeon steak with boiling water. Let stand for 5 minutes and drain. Marinate for 5 hours in melted butter, lemon juice, and vinegar, seasoning with salt and pepper. Drain, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs and add a tablespoonful of made mustard and the marinade drained from the fish. Cook over hot water until thick, pour over the fish, and serve. Grilled sturgeon. Cut the sturgeon into slices an inch thick. Dip in flour, then into egg and crumbs, and broil, basting with oil as needed. Season with salt and pepper and serve with any preferred sauce. Panned sturgeon. Cut 2 pounds of sturgeon into squares, parboil, drain, and cool. Cook together 1 tablespoonful each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and some of the liquid drained from the fish. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper, pour over the fish, and serve. Pickled sturgeon. Skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon and soak in cold water for half an hour. Drain, cover with boiling water, parboil for 15 minutes, drain, and cool. Bring to the boil 3 pints of vinegar, to which has been added a sliced onion, 2 bay leaves, a dozen cloves, 3 blades of mace, a tablespoonful of mustard seed, a dozen peppercorns, a small red pepper, and 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. Boil for 15 minutes, pour over the sturgeon, and let stand covered for 2 or 3 days before using. Roasted sturgeon. Clean and skin a 6-pound cut of sturgeon. Season with salt and pepper, and wrap in a large sheet of buttered paper with carrots and onions sliced, 2 bay leaves, sprigs of chive and parsley, the juice of a lemon, and a tablespoonful of olive oil. Tie up and bake for an hour in a moderate oven. Unwrap the paper, take out the vegetables, and serve with any preferred sauce. End of section 36. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 37. 50 Ways to Cook Trout. Broiled Trout Recipe 1. Clean and split the fish and let stand for an hour in melted butter, seasoned with salt, pepper, and sweet herbs. Sprinkle with crumbs, broil, squeeze lemon juice over, then serve. Broiled Trout Recipe 2. Gash a cleaned trout and marinate in oil and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and pepper, minced chives and parsley, and a little thyme. Drain, sprinkle with crumbs and chopped herbs, and broil carefully. Serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled trout a la Maitre d'Hotel. Clean the fish but do not split. Score deeply on both sides, dip in seasoned oil, broil, and serve with Maitre d'Hotel sauce. Broiled brook trout. Clean and split the fish, wipe dry, dip in seasoned oil, and broil. Serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled trout with bacon. Wash and clean and split the trout and remove the backbone. Put a strip of bacon in place of the bone. Tie the fish into its original shape and broil over a clear fire. Garnish with fried parsley. Boiled Trout Recipe 1. Put the fish into cold court bouillon. Bring to the boiling point and simmer for 6 minutes. Drain and serve with cream sauce. Boiled Trout Recipe 2. Tie a large trout in a cloth and boil it in salted and acidulated water to cover, adding an onion, a stalk of celery, and a bunch of parsley. When done, drain and keep warm. Stick blanched onions into the fish, sharp side down, and pour over a cream sauce to which chopped hard-boiled eggs and parsley have been added. Boiled brook trout, Recipe 1. Put the cleaned trout in a saucepan with enough claret to cover. Add a slice of lemon, 2 cloves, 4 peppercorns, a blade of mace, and a pinch of salt. Simmer slowly until done and let cool in the liquid. Take out, strain a little of the liquid over them, and serve. Boiled brook trout, Recipe 2. Prepare and clean 4 large trout. Pour over them 2 cupfuls of boiling vinegar, 2 cupfuls of white wine, and enough water to cover. Add an onion, 3 cloves, 3 stalks of celery, 4 bay leaves, a small bunch of parsley, a teaspoonful of peppercorn, and a little salt. Cover, boil until done, drain, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried trout, Recipe 1. Roll the cleaned fish in seasoned flour and fry in deep fat. Fried trout, Recipe 2. Clean the fish, split, season with salt, dredge with flour, and sauté for 5 minutes in hot butter. Fried trout, Recipe 3. Salt the fish and dip in equal parts of flour and cornmeal, thoroughly mixed. Sauté in salt pork fat. Fried brook trout. Clean and split the fish. Dip in seasoned flour or cornmeal and sauté in butter or salt pork fat. Fried fillets of trout, Recipe 1. Remove the fillets from slices of sea trout. Dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Fried fillets of trout, Recipe 2. Boil and cool a trout and divide into fillets, removing the bone. Season with lemon juice, chopped onion, and minced parsley, and cover with a very thick cream sauce. Dip into crumbs, then into beaten egg, then into crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried trout with mushroom sauce. Dip slices of sea trout in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with the sauce given in the recipe for baked trout with mushroom sauce. Trout with remoulade sauce. Sauté a small trout in butter, drain on brown paper, and serve with remoulade sauce. Fillets of trout à l'Aurore. Sauté the fillets of a cleaned trout in butter, seasoning with salt and pepper, drain, and serve with Aurora sauce. Baked trout, Recipe 1. Scrape and clean the trout. Stuff with seasoned crumbs and put into a buttered baking dish. Lay a thin slice of salt pork on each fish. Sprinkle with 3 or 4 tablespoonfuls of chopped onions. Add a can of mushrooms drained from the liquor, a tablespoonful of minced parsley, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 1 cupful of stock. Bake, basting frequently. Thicken this liquid with butter and flour cooked together. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked trout, Recipe 2. Clean a large sea or lake trout. Prepare a stuffing of breadcrumbs, seasoning with chopped onions, celery, salt, pepper, and melted butter. Cook the stuffing for 10 minutes, using as little water as possible. Stuff the fish, put into a buttered baking pan with enough hot water to keep from burning. Cover the fish with thin slices of salt pork and bake until done, adding more hot water if required. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour in butter. Add half a cupful of cream and enough boiling water to make a smooth, thick sauce. Season with salt and pepper, add a few capers, pour around the fish, and serve. Baked trout, Recipe 3. Stuff a large sea or lake trout with mashed potatoes, seasoning with butter, pepper, salt, and grated onion. Butter a baking pan and cover the bottom with thin slices of tomatoes. Lay the fish upon it, sprinkle with salt and pepper, add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and enough water to keep from burning. Bake until done and serve with the tomatoes and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Baked brook trout, Recipe 1. Clean and score small trout. Dip in seasoned melted butter and put in a buttered baking pan. Cover with buttered paper and bake, basting with their own liquid until done. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked brook trout, Recipe 2. Chop fine 3 or 4 large mushrooms and a truffle. Fry for a moment in butter, season with salt and cayenne, add enough melted butter to make a smooth paste, and stuff a large brook trout with the mixture. Put in a buttered baking pan, sprinkle with minced parsley, and pour over half a cupful of stock to which 2 tablespoonfuls of butter have been added. Bake for half an hour, basting as required. Baked brook trout, Recipe 3. Soak a cupful of breadcrumbs in milk, squeeze dry, Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, the yolk of an egg, and pepper, salt, thyme, and lemon juice to season. Stuff the fish, sew up, put in a buttered baking pan, dredge with flour, dot with butter, and bake. Baked trout with white wine, Recipe 1. Put the cleaned fish in a small buttered baking pan with white wine to moisten, and salt and pepper to season. Cover with buttered paper and bake, basting with the liquid. Take up the fish, thicken the liquid with butter and flour cooked together. Add a little more butter, pour over the fish, and serve. Baked trout with white wine, Recipe 2. Take the fillets from a 3-pound trout and bake for 10 minutes in a buttered baking pan. Fry a chopped onion in butter, add a tablespoonful of flour and half a cupful of white wine. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, broken into bits. Pour the sauce over the fillets and bake for 15 minutes longer. Baked trout à la Chambord. Split and bone the cleaned fish and put in a buttered baking pan, skinned side down. Sprinkle with salt, pepper, and crumbs, and put into the oven. Cover the bones and trimmings with cold water, adding 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, a sliced onion, and 2 cupfuls of stock. Boil for half an hour, strain, add a can of mushrooms, chopped, and enough crumbs to thicken. Season with salt, pepper, and anchovy paste. Take up the fish carefully, put on a serving dish, cover with the sauce, put in the oven for a few minutes, and serve. Trout with fine herbs. Put half a dozen cleaned trout in a buttered baking dish with half a glassful of white wine and a finely chopped shallot. Bake for 10 minutes, strain the liquid, and add it to 1 cupful of Allemande sauce. Add also a small chopped onion, 2 shallots, twice the quantity of mushrooms, and a bean of garlic, all minced and fried in butter. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked trout with mushroom sauce. Butter a baking dish, sprinkle with breadcrumbs, lay a sea trout upon it, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, squeeze over the juice of half a lemon, and bake, adding enough water to keep from burning. Brown a tablespoonful of flour in butter, add the liquid drained from the fish, 1 cupful each of mushroom and oyster liquor, and a wineful glass of Madeira. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire and add a few cooked oysters, shrimps, and mushrooms. Season with salt and pepper and serve separately. Baked trout with Polish sauce. Put a cleaned trout in a buttered baking pan. Rub with butter and season with salt and pepper. Fry a chopped onion in butter, add half a cupful of white wine and 2 tablespoonfuls of minced parsley, and pour over the fish. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake slowly until done. Melt 1 1/2 cupfuls of butter and add a tablespoonful of minced parsley and 3 hard-boiled eggs chopped very fine. Serve the sauce separately. Stuffed trout. Clean, split, and stuff a trout using seasoned breadcrumbs or chopped oysters. Put in a buttered baking dish, lay in the fish, season with salt and pepper, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, pour over a little white wine, and bake in the oven. Serve in the dish in which they were baked. Trout baked in papers. Stuff trout with seasoned crumb, cover each one with a thin slice of salt pork, and wrap in buttered paper, fastening the papers securely. Bake and serve in the papers. Brook trout in paper cases. Stuff the fish with seasoned crumbs or chopped oysters or raw fish pounded to a pulp and mixed to a paste with a beaten white of egg and a little cream. Lay a very thin slice of salt pork on each fish and wrap in buttered paper. Bake in a hot oven, remove the string and serve in the paper. Serve with any preferred sauce separately. Trout in cases. Clean, parboil, and trim the fish. Wrap in buttered paper, bake, and serve with fine herb sauce. Trout à l'Aurore. Boil and skin the fish, put on a serving dish, cover with Allemande sauce and the chopped yolks of hard-boiled eggs. Brown in the oven and serve with Aurora sauce. Trout à la Cambausière. Prepare 6 trout according to directions given in the recipe for trout with shrimp sauce. Serve with 1 cupful of Spanish sauce, adding 2 chopped truffles, half a dozen chopped mushrooms, a dozen chopped olives, and 3 tablespoonfuls of stewed and strained tomato. Pour over the fish and serve. Trout à la Chambord. Stuff cleaned trout with chopped oysters or seasoned crumbs, and put into a buttered baking dish. Add half a wineglassful of white wine, a sprig of celery, a bay leaf, a sprig of thyme, 2 cloves, and salt and pepper to season. Bake in the oven, basting frequently. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, and add it to a cupful of Spanish sauce, with a chopped truffle, 4 cooked mushrooms, chopped, and a dozen cooked oysters. Pour the sauce over the fish and serve. Trout à la Chevalier. Boil, skin, trim the fish, cover with a very thick cream sauce, and let cool. Dip in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, sprinkle thickly with grated Parmesan cheese, and bake in a buttered baking dish, basting with melted butter as required. Serve with Allemande sauce, seasoned with white wine, chopped cooked mushrooms, and anchovy essence. Trout à la Geneva. Dip the trout in a marinade of oil and lemon juice seasoned with salt, pepper, and grated onion. Broil carefully. Heat 1 cupful of stock with a teaspoonful of anchovy essence and a tablespoonful of each of minced parsley and claret. Pour over the fish and serve. Trout à la Gascon. Prepare the fish according to directions given in the recipe for trout à l'Italienne, and pour over it a sauce à la Gascon. Trout à la Hussar. Stuff a cleaned trout through the mouth with butter mixed with finely chopped sweet herbs. Dip in seasoned oil and broil. Trout à la Italienne. Boil a large sea trout in salted water. Drain, skin, and serve with Italian sauce, seasoned with butter, anchovy paste, nutmeg, and lemon juice. Trout à la Provence. Cook the cleaned trout in salted and acidulated water with a sliced carrot, a bay leaf, and a sprig of thyme. Drain and cover with a sauce made by boiling for 15 minutes 1 cupful of stewed tomatoes, a chopped onion, 2 sprigs of parsley, 2 truffles, and half a dozen mushrooms. Strain over the fish, garnish with olives, and serve. Trout à la Royale. Stuff a large trout with seasoned crumbs and cover it with claret, adding mushrooms, parsley, chopped onion, thyme, a bay leaf, peppercorns, and mace to season. Drain the fish and reduce the liquid by rapid boiling to 1 cupful. Strain, mix with Allemande sauce, seasoning with anchovy paste, red pepper, and lemon juice. Trout à la Vénitienne. Clean a large trout and score it deeply. Fill the openings with butter, highly seasoned with chopped sweet herbs, and marinate for an hour in oil. Drain, sprinkle with seasoned breadcrumbs, mix with chopped sweet herbs, and broil. Serve with any preferred sauce. Trout au gratin, Recipe 1. Parboil, drain, and skin. Put on a buttered baking dish, season with pepper, salt, minced parsley, chopped shallots, and a cupful of mushrooms. Cover with brown sauce, pour over half a cupful of sherry, and bake. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve in the same dish. Trout au gratin, Recipe 2. Clean and bone a 2-pound trout. Put in a buttered baking pan, skin side down. Dot with butter, season with cayenne, sprinkle with chopped anchovies, cover with half a pound of grated American cheese, and pour over 1 cupful of sour cream. Bake for half an hour, basting as required. Trout au beurre noir. Clean and score the fish. Dip in seasoned flour, sauté in hot butter, and take up. Brown half a cupful of butter, take from the fire, add the juice of lemon and a teaspoonful of minced parsley. Pour over the fish and serve. Trout with shrimp sauce. Put the cleaned trout on the grate in a fish kettle, adding salted water to cover. Add also a sliced carrot, a sprig of thyme, 2 bay leaves, and half a wineglassful of white wine. Simmer until done, drain, and serve with shrimp sauce. Tenderloin of trout with wine sauce. Cut a large sea trout in pieces and simmer until done in salted and acidulated boiling water, to which a large sliced onion has been added. Drain and keep warm. Cook together 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour, and add enough of the liquid drained from the fish to make a thick sauce. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Take from the fire, add 1 cupful of Madeira wine and 3 eggs well beaten. Put the fish in a buttered baking pan. Sprinkle with seasoned crumbs, cover with mushroom, then with oysters and shrimp. Pour the sauce over and bake until the oysters are done. Serve in the dish in which it was baked. Steamed trout. Lay the prepared fish in a steamer and place over boiling water. Steam until done and serve with plenty of melted butter or egg sauce. Steamed brook trout. Clean the fish. Season lightly with salt and pepper and steam until tender. Serve with hollandaise or tartar sauce. Trout and papillote. Stuff cleaned trout with chopped oysters and seasoned crumbs. Wrap a thin slice of salt pork around each one. Season with salt and pepper. Wrap in buttered paper. Fasten firmly and bake in a slow oven for 20 minutes. Serve in the papers. A scalloped trout. Boil 2 trout in salted water. Drain and flake, removing all the bones. Fry a small chopped onion in butter. Add a tablespoonful of flour and 2 cupfuls of milk. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Put a layer of the boned fish in a buttered baking pan. Add a layer of the sauce, sprinkle with minced parsley, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. End of section 37. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick, www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 38. 15 Ways to Cook Turbot. Boiled turbot. Wash the fish carefully and soak it for an hour in salted water. Drain and rinse in fresh water. With a sharp knife, score the black skin in a straight line from head to tail. Boil the fish in salted and acidulated water to cover, drain, garnish with parsley and lemon, and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled turbot. Clean a small turbot and marinate for an hour in seasoned oil and vinegar or lemon juice. Drain, broil, and serve with any preferred sauce. Broiled turbot à la Provence. Soak the fish for 4 hours in a marinade of oil and lemon juice, seasoned with sliced carrot, onion, bay leaf, thyme, parsley, and garlic. Drain, broil the fish on one side, and put in a buttered baking dish with the marinade. Add 2 cupfuls of white wine and bake, basting frequently. Take up the fish and add the remainder of the bottle of wine to the liquid. Boil for 5 minutes, rub through a sieve, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, and seasoned with anchovy paste, minced parsley, and capers. Pour over the fish and serve. Baked turbot. Rub a small clean turbot with melted butter, sprinkle with minced parsley, powdered mace, and salt and pepper to season. Let stand for an hour and put into a buttered baking dish. Brush with beaten egg, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, bake, and serve with any preferred sauce. Turbot à la Bechamel. Reheat cold flaked turbot in a bechamel sauce, adding a few cooked oysters. Turbot au beurre noir. Cut cold cooked turbot into small fillets, brown half a cupful of butter, add tarragon vinegar to taste, and pepper, salt, and minced parsley to season. Reheat the fish in the sauce and serve. Turbot à la crème, Recipe 1. Reheat cold flaked turbot in a cream sauce, seasoned with grated nutmeg and lemon juice. Turbot à la crème, Recipe 2. Cook together 3 tablespoons each of butter and flour. Add a quart of cream and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with pepper, salt, minced parsley, and grated onion. Butter a baking dish, put in a layer of cold cooked turbot flaked fine. Cover with sauce and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in an oven. Sprinkle with chopped eggs and parsley. Turbot au gratin, Recipe 1. Remove the skin, fat, and bone from cold turbot, and flake fine with a fork. Fry in butter a slice of onion chopped, a small slice of carrot minced, a bit of bay leaf, and a pinch of mace. Add a tablespoonful of flour, 1 cupful of milk, and half a cupful of stock or water. Cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt and pepper and rub through a sieve. Put a layer of the flaked fish in the bottom of the buttered baking dish. Spread with the sauce, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, sprinkle with cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Turbot au gratin, Recipe 2. Boil a fish, drain, and cool. Flake with a fork and mix with a bechamel sauce, to which has been added the yolks of 4 eggs well beaten, half a cupful of grated Parmesan cheese, and lemon juice and grated nutmeg to season. Mix lightly, put into a buttered baking dish, and cover with crumbs. Sprinkle with Parmesan cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Cream may be poured over the fish before sprinkling with the crumbs. Turbot à la Hollandaise. Clean a medium-sized turbot and make a deep incision down the back from head to tail. Rub with lemon juice and boil in salted and acidulated water until tender. Drain and serve with Hollandaise sauce. Fillets of turbot à la Indienne. Cut a small turbot into fillets and fry in butter with a little curry powder to season. Serve with velouté sauce. Fillets of turbot à la Marseillaise. Clean and boil the fish and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Cool, cover with a very stiff cream sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs and fry. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fillets of turbot à la Rivigote. Sauté the prepared fillets in butter, seasoning with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Drain and serve with a Rivigote sauce. Fillets of turbot. Soak a medium-sized turbot in salted water for half an hour. Drain, rinse in fresh water, and cut the fillets. Dip into seasoned melted butter and broil or sauté in melted butter. Serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Fillets of turbot with cream. Separate cold cooked turbot into fillets and reheat in a cream sauce. End of section 38. 15 ways to cook turbot.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 39. 5 ways to cook weak fish. Fried weak fish. Clean, wash, wipe dry, dip in milk, roll in flour, fry in hot fat to cover, and serve with any preferred sauce. Baked weak fish. 1. Arrange the fish on a buttered baking dish with minced onion, parsley and mushrooms, and salt, pepper and grated nutmeg to season. Moisten with equal parts of white wine and white stock. Cover with small bits of butter. Bring to the boil and finish cooking in the oven. Take up the fish and thicken the sauce with crumbs. Dot with butter and brown in the oven. Squeeze lemon juice over and serve in the baking dish. Baked weak fish 2. Clean and split the fish, season with salt and pepper, and put into a buttered baking pan. Skin side up. Rub with butter and bake. Pour over melted butter, sprinkle with minced parsley and serve. Fillets of weak fish in cases. Spread the fillets with chopped oysters, mixed with the unbeaten white of egg. Season with salt and pepper. Sprinkle with chopped shallots, parsley and mushrooms. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, wrap in buttered paper, and bake slowly for half an hour. Serve with velouté sauce, seasoned with lemon juice. Fillets of weak fish à la Lorry. Season the fillets with salt, pepper, and lemon juice. Dip in flour, then in well-beaten eggs, to which 2 tablespoons of olive oil have been added, and then in crumbs. Fry in deep fat and serve with tomato sauce. Fillets of weak fish à la Havras. Season the fillets with salt and pepper and fry for a few minutes in butter. Drain and keep warm. Add to the butter 2 cupfuls of velouté sauce and a wineglassful of white wine. Boil for 5 minutes. Take from the fire. Add the yolks of 3 eggs beaten with the juice of half a lemon and 3 tablespoons of butter. Reheat but do not boil. Add a few cooked mushrooms or oysters to the sauce. Pour over the fish and serve. Turbans of weak fish. Take the fillets of 4 small weak fish, remove the skin and most of the bones. Spread with chopped oysters, mixed with seasoned crumbs. Roll up, fasten with skewers, put in a buttered baking pan, cover with buttered paper, and bake until done. Take out the skewers, cool, dip in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs. Fry in deep fat, drain and serve with ravigote sauce. End of chapter 39.
Section 40 of How to Cook Fish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 40. 4 ways to cook whitebait. Fried whitebait. 1. Heat together 1 cupful of lard and 1 cupful of olive oil. Sprinkle the whitebait thickly with seasoned flour and shake free of all that does not adhere readily. Fry quickly in a frying basket, season with salt and cayenne, and serve immediately. Fried whitebait 2. Wash the whitebait in ice water, drain, wipe dry, dip in milk, then in equal parts of cracker dust and seasoned flour. Fry in deep fat, seasoned with salt and cayenne, and serve. Fried whitebait 3. Cover the fish with cold water, drain and throw them into a cloth strewn with sifted flour. Shake them in the cloth to make the flour adhere to them, then toss them in a sieve. The fish will not stick together if they are fresh. Have ready plenty of boiling beef fat, and fry the whitebait in a wire basket, a few at a time. When they are crisp without being brown, they are done enough. Drain, sprinkle with salt, and serve immediately. Deviled whitebait. Fry the whitebait according to directions previously given. Season very highly with cayenne pepper, and serve. End of section 40. Read by Dennis Sayers in Modesto, California for LibriVox, Spring 2007.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org at www.librivox.org. Recording by Mary, a.k.a. Breadchick. www.breadchick.com. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 41, 25 Ways to Cook Whitefish. Boiled whitefish. Boil a large whitefish in salted and acid-related water, adding a bunch of parsley and a sliced onion to the water. Drain and serve with any preferred sauce. Boiled whitefish a la Mackinaw. Clean and split the fish and put into a buttered dripping pan, skin side down. Add enough salted water, barely to cover, and simmer for half an hour. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce and garnish with hard-boiled eggs. Fried whitefish Recipe 1. Clean and trim the fish and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Dip in seasoned flour and sauté in hot lard in a frying pan. Fried whitefish Recipe 2. Cut the fish in slices. Dip in beaten egg, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fried whitefish Recipe 3. Clean and dry the fish. Cut into fillets, dip in seasoned crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and fry quickly in fat to cover. Serve with tartar sauce. Broiled whitefish Recipe 1. Clean, trim, and split a large whitefish. Season with salt, pepper, and oil, and broil. Garnish with lemon and parsley and serve with tartar sauce. Broiled whitefish Recipe 2. Put a cleaned and split whitefish on a wire broiler. Season with salt and cayenne. Lay a few thin slices of bacon on top. Put the broiler on a baking pan and cook in the oven without turning. Put on a platter, add a little butter, and rub hard-boiled eggs through a sieve over the fish. Garnish with parsley and lemon. Broiled whitefish Recipe 3. Clean and split the fish. Season with salt and pepper, sprinkle with lemon juice, and broil. Pour over melted butter and serve. Baked whitefish Recipe 1. Clean and split a large fish. Remove the bone and put in a buttered baking pan skin side down. Season with salt, cayenne, and lemon juice. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and bake. Serve with any preferred sauce. Baked whitefish Recipe 2. Make a stuffing of 1 1/2 cupfuls of dry breadcrumbs, seasoning with salt and pepper. Add a heaping teaspoonful of butter and 1 egg well beaten. Stuff the fish and sew it up. Put in a buttered baking pan, pour in 1 cupful of vinegar, and bake until done, basting with butter and hot water. Take up the fish and thicken the gravy with 2 tablespoonfuls of flour browned in butter and rubbed smooth with a little cold water. Baked whitefish Recipe 3. Dip the fillets of whitefish in beaten egg, then in crumbs, then in egg, then in crumbs, and lastly in beaten egg. Bake in a buttered dripping pan for 25 minutes and serve with cream sauce. Baked fillets of whitefish. Cut a large cleaned whitefish into fillets, removing as much as possible of the bone. Season with salt and pepper, dip into beaten egg, then in crumbs, then in beaten egg, then in crumbs, and lastly in beaten egg. Bake in a thickly buttered baking dish. Drain on brown paper, garnish with fried parsley, and serve with parsley sauce. Baked whitefish a la Bordeaux. Stuff a large whitefish with seasoned crumbs, put into a buttered baking pan, rub with butter, dredge with seasoned flour, add 1 cupful of claret, and bake. Take up the fish, strain the liquid, add a little more claret, thicken with flour, brown in butter, season with red pepper, and serve separately. Stuffed whitefish. Make a stuffing of breadcrumbs, seasoning with salt, pepper, sweet herbs, and melted butter. Add a beaten egg to bind. Stuff the fish and sew up. Bake slowly, basting with melted butter and water, and serve with tartar sauce. Stuffed whitefish with oyster sauce. Make a stuffing of 2 cupfuls of breadcrumbs, 1/2 cupful of chopped salt pork fried crisp, a chopped hard-boiled egg, 1/2 cupful of vinegar, and salt, pepper, butter, sage, and mustard to season. Stuff the fish, tie in mosquito netting, and steam until done. Pour over a cream sauce to which cooked oysters and a little lemon juice and minced parsley have been added. Whitefish à la crème, Recipe 1. Cook the fish until done in boiling salted water. Drain and remove the large bones. Cook together with 2 tablespoonfuls each of butter and flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, grated onion, minced parsley, and grated nutmeg. Take from the fire and add half a cupful of butter. Add also the white of an egg well beaten. Put the fish on a serving dish, spread the sauce over it, and brown in the oven. Whitefish à la crème, Recipe 2. Clean a whitefish and simmer until done in salted boiling water. Drain, remove the large bones, and put into a buttered baking pan. Sprinkle with chopped onion and minced parsley, seasoning with grated nutmeg, salt, and pepper. Cover with cream sauce to which 3 tablespoonfuls of butter have been added and put into a hot oven for 10 or 15 minutes. Whitefish au gratin, Recipe 1. Boil a whitefish in salted water and flake fine with a fork. Bring to the boil 2 cupfuls of milk and thicken it with a tablespoonful of cornstarch rubbed smooth in a little cold water. Take from the fire, add salt and pepper to season, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and 2 eggs well beaten. Butter a baking dish, put in a layer of fish, cover with sauce, season with grated nutmeg, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Whitefish au gratin, Recipe 2. Skin and bone the fish, cut into small squares, and season with salt and pepper. Brown 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and butter, and add gradually 2 cupfuls of stock or milk. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, seasoning with salt, pepper, lemon juice, minced parsley, grated onion, and a tablespoonful of vinegar. Butter a baking dish, put in a layer of the fish, cover with sauce, and repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Whitefish à la maître d'hôtel. Clean, split, and bone a large whitefish. Dip in seasoned oil, broil, and serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Whitefish à la Pointe Shirley. Clean, split, and bone the fish, and put into a buttered baking pan, skin side down. Season with salt, red pepper, and lemon juice. Add enough boiling water to keep from burning and bake. Serve with maître d'hôtel sauce. Planked whitefish, Recipe 1. Butter a fish plank and tack a large, cleaned, and split whitefish on it, skin side down. Rub with butter, season with salt and pepper, and cook in the oven or under a gas flame. Put a border of mashed potato mixed with the beaten white of egg around the fish, using a pastry tube and forcing bag. Put into the oven for a few minutes to brown the potato, and serve with a garnish of lemon and parsley. Planked whitefish, Recipe 2. Clean and split a large whitefish. Remove the bone and tack on a buttered fish plank, skin side down. Season with salt, pepper, butter, and lemon juice, and bake in the oven. Creamed whitefish à la Madison. Steam a large whitefish until tender, take out the bones, and flake fine. Cook together 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 of flour. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with parsley, thyme, grated onion, salt, and pepper. Take from the fire. Add 2 eggs well beaten and 3 tablespoonfuls of butter. Put in a buttered baking dish a layer of fish, then a layer of sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Brown in the oven. Jellied whitefish. Boil 2 pounds of whitefish in salted and acidulated water with 4 bay leaves, a tablespoonful of peppercorn, and half a dozen cloves. Take out the fish, strain the liquid, and reduce by rapid boiling to a quantity barely sufficient to cover the fish. Add the juice of a lemon and 2 ounces of dissolved gelatine. Flake the fish with a fork, removing all skin, fat, and bone. Mix with the liquid, pour into a fish mold, wet with cold water, and put on ice until firm. Serve with mayonnaise or tartar sauce. Whitefish croquette. 1 cupful of cold boiled fish flaked fine. Add to it half a cupful of mashed potatoes, half a cupful of breadcrumbs, half a cupful of cream, the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, and salt and pepper to season. Shape into croquettes, dip into the beaten white of eggs, then into crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Garnish with parsley and serve with any preferred sauce. Whitefish with fine herbs. Put a large whitefish in a buttered baking pan with salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, minced parsley, chopped onions, and mushrooms to season. Moisten with white wine and white stock and bake, basting frequently. Cover with Voulet sauce, sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, bake brown, squeeze lemon juice over, and serve. End of section 41.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Chapter 42. 8 Ways to Cook Whiting. Broiled whitings. Trim the fish and score on both sides. Dip in oil, broil, and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Boiled whitings. Clean and trim the fish. Boil in salted water. Drain, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fried whitings. Trim and skin the fish. Skewer in a circle, dip into beaten eggs, then in seasoned crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fillets of whiting à la Maître d'Hôtel. Sauté the prepared fillets in fresh butter, seasoning with pepper and salt. Drain, and serve with Maître d'Hôtel sauce. Fillets of whiting à la Myrtle. Parboil the prepared fillets. Drain, cool, spread with very thick cream sauce. Dip in crumbs, then in beaten eggs, then in crumbs, and fry in fat to cover. Serve with any preferred sauce. Fillets of whiting à l'oreille. Fillet the whitings and remove the skin from each. Marinate for 2 hours in oil and vinegar with pepper, salt, thyme, bay leaf, parsley, and shallot to season. Drain, dip in flour, and fry in deep fat. Fillets of whiting à la royale. Prepare according to directions given in the recipe for fillets of whiting à la Lorraine, dipping in batter before frying. Whiting with fine herbs. Clean and skin the fish well, and fasten them with their tails in their mouths. Put on a buttered baking dish. Season with salt, pepper, and powdered sweet herbs. Pour over a little melted butter. Cover and bake. Allow 1 fish for each person, and serve in the dish in which they are baked. End of chapter 42.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. How to Cook Fish by Olive Green. Section 43. 100 Miscellaneous Recipes. Baked Fish. Prepare a cream sauce, seasoning with grated onions, minced parsley, and powdered mace. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 2 eggs and salt and pepper to taste. Put a layer of cold, cooked, flaked and seasoned fish into a buttered baking dish, spread with the sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter and brown in the oven. This may be baked in individual dishes if desired. Fish balls. The mind boggles. Prepare a fish stock from the skin, bones and trimming of fish, seasoning with bay leaf, onion, mace, cloves and garlic. Boil slowly for an hour in water to cover. Chop the raw fish with a few blanched almonds and a little garlic. Season with salt, pepper and mace and shape into small balls. Strain the stock, bring it to the boil, drop the balls in and simmer slowly for 20 minutes. Skim out the balls and put on ice. Beat 6 eggs thoroughly with a little cold water, and add them gradually to the boiling stock. Cook in a double boiler until smooth and thick. Take from the fire, add the juice of 2 lemons and a tablespoonful of tarragon vinegar. Pour the sauce over the balls, sprinkle with capers and minced parsley, and serve very cold. Cold boiled fish. Clean and skin a large fish, and put it on a piece of buttered paper in the bottom of a fish pan. Add a sliced onion, 2 beans of garlic, and enough salted water to cover. Simmer until done. Take it up and squeeze over it the juice of a lemon. Boil 2 eggs hard, chop the whites fine, and sift the yolks. Cut cold boiled beets in fancy shapes. Put a row of the chopped whites of eggs down the middle of the fish, on each side of that a row of the yolks, and next to the yolks a row of the beets. Pour over a French dressing, garnish with lettuce leaves, and serve. Fish à la Brunswick. Cook any large fish in salted water, adding 1 cupful of vinegar and sliced onions, celery root, and parsley to season. For the sauce, mix the yolks of 2 hard-boiled eggs with the yolks of 2 raw eggs. Add a teaspoonful of prepared mustard and a little salt, pepper, vinegar, lemon juice, chopped parsley, onion, capers, shallots, and chopped pickle. Mix to a smooth paste with oil, add the finely chopped whites of the eggs, spread over the drained fish, and serve. Fish aux bouillabaisse. Heat a tablespoonful of sweet oil. Cut a small piece of onion into bits, and let brown in the oil. Add a cupful of strained tomatoes, a tiny bit of garlic, a bay leaf, a little thyme, a lemon peel, a dash of Tabasco, a little tomato ketchup, salt, pepper, parsley, and white wine. Let this boil for half an hour. Then add the fish and boil for 20 minutes. Serve on buttered toast with the sauce poured over. Garnish with parsley. Bouillabaisse. 1. Cut into pieces and remove the bones from 3 pounds of fish. Add 6 shrimps or 1 lobster or 2 crabs, cooked and cut into large pieces. Add 1/2 pint of olive oil, fry lightly, and add 1 lemon and 2 tomatoes, 1 onion and 1 carrot, all sliced. 1 pinch of saffron, as much as lies on a 10-cent piece, a bay leaf and some parsley. A bean of garlic is used, unless the casserole is rubbed with it before cooking. Stir for 10 minutes, add 1 cupful of stock and 1 wineglassful of white wine or cider. Cook for 15 minutes longer, pour out into a bowl, place slices of toast in the casserole, and cover with the fish and vegetables, allowing the sauce sufficient time to soak into the toast, and adding salt and pepper to taste. Bouillabaisse. 2. Put into a saucepan about 4 pounds of different varieties of fish, including 1 lobster. The fish should be cleaned and cut into small square pieces. The lobster should be cut in sections, leaving the shell on. Add a bunch of parsley, 3 sliced tomatoes, 1 large whole clove of garlic, chopped fine, 3 bay leaves, half a dozen cloves, 1 teaspoonful of saffron, 3 sliced onions, 1 cupful of olive oil, salt and pepper to season, and enough water to cover. Bring to the boil and simmer for 30 minutes. Line a soup tureen with thin slices of toasted bread. Pour the contents of the sauce over it and serve in soup plates with both forks and spoons. This is a genuine French recipe. Canapés of fish. Toast small squares of bread, and make a border of stiffly beaten white of egg around each one, using a pastry bag and a tube. Bake in a quick oven until light brown. Fill the centre with creamed fish and serve very hot. Fish cakes. 1. Season hot mashed potatoes with salt, pepper and butter, and add 1 beaten egg to each 2 cupfuls of potatoes. Add an equal amount of cold cooked flaked fish and enough cream or drawn butter sauce to make a smooth mixture. Shape into small flat cakes, dredge with seasoned flour, and sauté in bacon fat. Serve with a garnish of fried bacon. Fish cakes. 2. Chop the cooked fish and season with grated onion, sweet herbs, powdered mace, and salt and pepper. Add half as much bread crumbs as fish, mix with the unbeaten white of egg and a little melted butter, shape into small flat cakes, dredge with flour, and fry in butter. Fish chops. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with a little very thick cream sauce, and season with lemon juice and minced parsley. Shape into chops, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Stick a small piece of macaroni in the small end of each chop to represent the bone. Serve with tartar sauce. Chartreuse of fish. 1. Butter a small mould and put in alternate layers of seasoned mashed potatoes, cold cooked flaked fish, seasoned and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Pour over enough cream to moisten. Cover with potatoes and steam for 20 minutes. Turn out on a hot platter, garnish with parsley, and serve with any preferred sauce. Chartreuse of fish. 2. Mix 1 cupful of stale breadcrumbs with 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish and 2 eggs, well beaten. Season to taste, adding a little Worcestershire sauce. Put into a buttered mould, steam for 30 minutes, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish chowder. Skin 3 or 4 pounds of fresh fish and cut into convenient pieces for serving. Cut 1/4 pound of fat salt pork into dice and fry crisp. Skim out the dice and fry 2 sliced onions brown in the fat. Strain the fat into a deep kettle, cover with sliced raw potatoes, add the fish, salt and pepper to season, and enough boiling water or fish stock to cover. Simmer slowly until the fish is almost done. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, half a dozen split Boston crackers, 4 cupfuls of boiling milk, and the onion and pork dice. Reheat and serve. Coquille of fish. Flake cold boiled fish and mix it with cream sauce. Season with anchovy essence, salt and pepper, then fill buttered shells with the mixture, cover with fried crumbs, heat thoroughly in the oven and serve. Court bouillon fish. Slice the fish in pieces. Red fish is best. Season with salt and pepper and boil until done. Put 2 tablespoonfuls of butter into a frying pan. When hot, slice in 1 large onion and brown it. Add 1/2 can of tomatoes. Season with 1 teaspoonful of pepper, 1/2 teaspoonful of allspice, some finely chopped parsley, and 1/2 cupful of tomato ketchup. Just before it begins to boil, add 1 wineglassful of good claret. Cut some bread into small cubes, fry in butter to garnish the dish, place the fish in the centre of the platter, pour the gravy over, and garnish with the bread cubes. Fish à la crème. 1. Reheat cold cooked fish, flaked in a cream sauce. Fish à la crème. 2. Butter a stoneware platter and put upon it cold cooked flaked fish mixed with cream sauce. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and surround with a border of mashed potato mixed with beaten egg, using a pastry bag and tube. Sprinkle with cheese and bake in the oven. Fish à la crème. 3. Scald 1 quart of milk in a double boiler with a blade of mace, a bay leaf, and a sprig of parsley. Thicken with 1 tablespoonful each of cornstarch and butter rubbed together. Take from the fire, add salt and pepper to season, and the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Put a layer of fish in a buttered baking dish, then a layer of sauce, and repeat until the dish is full, having sauce on top. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed fish. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce and season to taste. Peel large cucumbers, cut in two lengthwise, boil until tender in salted water, scoop out the pulp and fill with the hot fish. Cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Creamed fish with oysters. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish with an equal quantity of oysters in cream sauce. Simmer until the edges of the oysters curl. Creamed fish on toast. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce, season with lemon juice, pour over hot buttered toast and serve. Fish à la Créole. Chop an onion and a clove of garlic and fry in lard. Add 3 tablespoonfuls of flour, cook until brown, and add 1 can of strained tomatoes. Have the fish cut into convenient pieces for serving, dredge with seasoned flour, and sauté in butter until brown. Pour the sauce over, simmer until done, and serve. Fish croquettes. 1. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with 1/3 the quantity of mashed potatoes, and add enough drawn butter sauce to make a smooth paste. Season with salt, pepper, and Worcestershire sauce. Cool, shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fish croquettes. 2. Prepare a very thick cream sauce and mix it with twice as much cold cooked fish flaked fine. Season to taste and cool. Add breadcrumbs or an egg, or both if the mixture is not stiff enough. Shape into croquettes, dip in egg and crumbs, fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. Curried fish. 1. Fry 2 chopped onions in butter, and add a tablespoonful of flour mixed with a teaspoonful of curry powder. Add 2 cupfuls of water or stock and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Reheat in this sauce cold cooked flaked fish. Take from the fire, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, and serve in a border of boiled rice. Curried fish. 2. Season cold cooked flaked fish with grated onion and lemon juice, and reheat in curry sauce. Curried fish. 3. Fry 2 chopped onions in butter, and add enough flour to make a smooth paste. Add enough stock to make the required quantity of sauce, and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season highly with salt, pepper, lemon juice, cayenne, curry powder, and a little sugar. Reheat cold boiled fish in this sauce, and serve with boiled rice. Curried fish. 4. Fry a chopped onion in butter, and add enough curry powder to season highly. Add a cupful of stock or milk and cold cooked fish cut into small slices. Simmer for 10 minutes. Sprinkle with chopped parsley, and serve. Curried fish in ramekins. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in curry sauce. Fill buttered individual dishes, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated cheese, and brown in the oven. Fish cutlets. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with very thick cream sauce and season to taste. Shape into cutlets, dip in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Devilled fish. 1. Make a paste with a teaspoonful of dry mustard, 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, and lemon juice, seasoning with salt and cayenne. Fill small buttered shells with cold cooked flaked fish, spread with the paste, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Devilled fish. 2. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce and chopped hard-boiled eggs, seasoning with salt, pepper, minced parsley, and made mustard. Fill small shells, clam shells are usually used, and cool. Brush the tops with beaten egg, sprinkle with crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Serve with tartar sauce. Devilled fish. 3. Mix together 1 tablespoonful each of mustard, lemon juice, and hot water. Add a teaspoonful of Worcestershire sauce and salt and paprika to season. Broil the fish until it begins to brown. Spread with the mixture, dip in crumbs, and finish broiling. Serve with tartar sauce. Escalloped fish. 1. Reheat equal quantities of cold cooked flaked fish and cold cooked macaroni, cut small, in equal parts of tomato sauce and oyster liquor. Season with salt and pepper, grated onion, paprika, and minced parsley. If desired, this mixture may be put in a buttered baking dish, covered with crumbs, dotted with butter, and browned in the oven. Escalloped fish. 2. Fill a buttered baking dish half full of cold cooked flaked fish, seasoned to taste. Cover with cream sauce, seasoned with grated onion, chopped celery, minced parsley, and clove. Cover with mashed potato, beaten light with the stiffly beaten white of egg. Dot with butter and brown in the oven. Cream may be used instead of the cream sauce. Escalloped fish. 3. Mix cold baked flaked fish with the remnants of the stuffing. Arrange in a buttered baking dish with alternate layers of seasoned cracker crumbs, having crumbs on top. Pour over enough cream to moisten, and bake brown. Escalloped fish. 4. Into a well-buttered baking dish, put a layer of cold baked fish flaked. Add a layer of the stuffing, if any. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and repeat until the dish is full, having crumbs and butter on top. Pour over enough cream or cream sauce to moisten, and bake until well browned. Escalloped fish au gratin. Add 1 egg, well beaten, to 3 cupfuls of seasoned mashed potato. Make a border of the potato around a stoneware platter. Put a layer of bechamel sauce on the bottom of the platter, then a layer of cold cooked flaked fish. Cover with sauce, sprinkle with crumbs and grated cheese, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Serve in the same dish. Escalloped fish in shells. Allow 1 cupful of cream sauce to each cupful of cold cooked flaked fish, seasoning with salt, pepper, grated onion, and lemon juice. Add chopped hard-boiled eggs if desired, or the yolk of 1 egg, beaten smooth with a little hot cream. Fill buttered shells with the mixture, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Sprinkle also with minced parsley or grated Parmesan cheese, or sweet green pepper. Filled fish. Clean a fish thoroughly, and take the flesh carefully from the skin. Do not injure the skin. Take out the bones, chop the meat fine, and mix with an equal quantity of breadcrumbs. Season with grated onion, salt, pepper, grated nutmeg, and minced parsley. Add half a cupful of butter, half a cupful of blanched and pounded almonds, 3 whole eggs, and the yolks of 2 more. Fill the skin, preserving the natural shape of the fish, and sew up. Simmer in court bouillon until done. Drain and stick the body of the fish full of the blanched almonds shredded. Strain the liquid in which the fish was cooked, thicken with butter and flour cooked together, season with lemon juice, pour around the fish, and serve. Fish fritters. Mix any cold cooked flaked fish with an equal quantity of mashed potatoes, seasoning with grated onion. Make into a paste with beaten egg. Shape into balls, dredge with flour, and fry in deep fat. Dip in egg and crumbs before frying if desired. Fish in green peppers. Prepare creamed fish according to directions previously given. Cut a slice from the pointed ends of green peppers and remove the seeds carefully. Stuff with the fish mixture, sprinkle with crumbs, and lay a bit of butter on top of each one. Put into a baking pan with a little hot water and bake carefully, basting as required. Fish hash. Cut salt pork into dice. Fry crisp and skim out the pork. Mix together equal parts of cold cooked flaked fish and cooked potatoes, cut small. Season to taste and cook slowly in the pork fat until brown. Arrange the dice round the platter as a garnish. Jellied fish salad. Mix cold flaked fish which has been cooked in court bouillon with mayonnaise. Add sufficient soaked and dissolved gelatin to make the mixture very hard. 1 package of gelatin will solidify 1 quart of the mixture. Pour into a mould wet in cold water and put on ice to harden. Turn out and serve with a garnish of hard-boiled eggs and lettuce. Kedgeree. 1. Prepare a cream sauce. Take from the fire, season to taste, and add 2 eggs well beaten. Add cold cooked flaked fish and boiled rice in equal parts, seasoning the rice with salt, pepper, cayenne, mace and melted butter. Reheat and serve. Kedgeree. 2. Moisten cold flaked fish with 1 egg beaten with 2 tablespoonfuls of milk and a tablespoonful of melted butter. Heat thoroughly in a double boiler, season to taste, and serve with rice which has been cooked for 10 minutes in stock. Creole Kedgeree. 1. Cook together for 5 minutes 1 cupful of cold cooked flaked fish, 1 cupful of cold boiled rice, 1 hard-boiled egg, chopped fine, a tablespoonful of butter and salt, red pepper and curry powder to season. Serve on buttered toast. Creole Kedgeree. 2. Prepare according to directions given above, adding chopped onion and garlic, and a little lemon juice to the seasoning. Fish loaf. Line a buttered baking dish with mashed potato that has been well seasoned with pepper and salt and made light with well-beaten eggs. Fill the centre with creamed fish, seasoned to taste. Cover with more mashed potato, rub with butter, and bake until the top is nicely browned. Serve in the same dish. Fish with lemon sauce. Put to boil in a wide porcelain-lined kettle sufficient water to cook the fish. Add 1/2 cupful of vinegar and 1/2 cupful of wine. Add a heaping tablespoonful of butter, and when melted, put in the slices of fish, which have already been seasoned. Boil until the fish is tender. In the meantime, beat the yolks of 4 eggs until light with 1/2 cupful of sugar and the juice of 2 lemons. Remove 1 cupful of fish stock from the kettle with the fish. Let boil until thoroughly mixed, shaking the pan to prevent curdling. Put on a serving dish and garnish with slices of lemon and parsley. Baked fish with lemon sauce. Bake the fish in a pan with water and butter, taking care to add water when all in the pan has been absorbed. When the fish is done, drain off all the gravy which is in the pan and put on the stove to boil with 1 cupful of white wine. Beat the yolks of 4 eggs with 1/2 cupful of sugar, stir a little wine in, add the juice of 2 lemons, put back on the stove to thicken, and, just before serving, pour the sauce over the fish. Half the quantity of sauce can be used for a small family. Cream lemon fish. Boil the sliced fish until tender in enough water to cover, to which a lump of butter, 1/2 cupful of vinegar, and salt and pepper have been added. Beat the yolks of 2 eggs and 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar, and add the juice of 1 lemon. Take the fish out of the water and put on the platter in which it is to be served. Thicken the gravy with flour that has first been dissolved in a little water. When thick, pour 2 cupfuls of the gravy over the eggs and lemon, stirring all the time. When cold, add 1/2 cupful of cream, whipped stiff, and pour over the fish. Masked fish. Cover the bottom of an earthen baking dish with sliced onion. Add a thick layer of sliced raw potatoes, seasoning with salt and red pepper. Cover with a layer of fish. Add a layer of sliced tomatoes, cover with raw potato, and fill the bowl with stock or water in which 1/2 cupful of butter has been melted. Bake for 2 hours in a slow oven. Stewed fish à la Marseille. Cook 3 pounds of fish with the crab in equal parts of hot water and cider, seasoning with minced garlic, parsley and thyme, a bay leaf and a clove. Cook for half an hour and thicken with a tablespoonful each of butter and flour cooked together. Add the yolks of 2 eggs, beaten with a little cold water, and salt, pepper, and lemon juice to season. Add a green pepper chopped fine, and 2 pods of okra. Simmer for 15 minutes, and serve in the dish in which it is cooked. Fish en matelote. 1. Cut any firm-fleshed fish into strips and season with salt and pepper. Parboil 2 sliced onions, drain, season, add a cupful of hot water and 1/2 cupful of sherry. Add the fish and simmer until done. Thicken with butter cooked in flour, and serve. Fish en matelote. 2. Cut 3 or 4 kinds of fish into convenient pieces for serving, and sprinkle with salt and pepper. Cover with water and claret in equal parts, and add parsley, thyme, and bay leaves to season. Simmer until done. Take the fish up carefully and strain the cooking liquor. Fry a dozen or more small white onions brown in butter. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour and the liquid drained from the fish. Cook until thick, stirring constantly, and add boiling water or stock if too thick. When the onions are done, take from the fire, season with lemon juice, add a few cooked mushrooms, pour over the fish and serve. Matelote of fish à la Normandie. Fry brown in butter with sliced onions 2 pounds of fresh sliced fish, using several kinds. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, half a dozen sliced mushrooms, salt, pepper, and lemon juice to season, a pinch of sweet herbs, and claret and stock in equal parts to cover. Simmer for half an hour and serve in a casserole. Fish mousseline. Mince enough uncooked white fish to make 2 cups. Add 1 cupful of soft breadcrumbs and 1/2 cupful of cream. Press through a colander. Season with salt, pepper, lemon juice, a suspicion of mace, and Worcestershire sauce. Fold in carefully the beaten whites of 4 eggs. Turn into buttered moulds, round bottom ones, and steam 1/2 hour. Turn out on separate plates. Surround with the sauce and drop tiny balls of boiled potato in the sauce. For sauce, make a stock of the fish bones and add to it 2 tablespoonfuls of butter and 2 of flour cooked together. There should be 1½ cupfuls of stock. Add 1/2 cupful of cream, and when boiling, salt and pepper and 1 tablespoonful of grated horseradish soaked in lemon juice. Mould of fish. Line a buttered mould with seasoned mashed potato, and fill the centre with alternate layers of creamed fish and sliced hard-boiled eggs. Cover with the potato and steam or bake. Turn out and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish patties. 1. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce and put into buttered patty shells with alternate layers of crumbs. Sprinkle with crumbs, dot with butter, and brown in the oven. Fish patties. 2. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in bechamel sauce, adding a few cooked mushrooms. Fill patty shells and brown in the oven. Fish and oyster pie. Butter a baking dish and put in a layer of cold cooked fish, seasoning with pepper and salt. Sprinkle with breadcrumbs, add a layer of oysters and season with nutmeg and minced parsley. Repeat until the dish is full. Cover with crumbs and dot with butter, or with a rich biscuit dough, and bake. If the biscuit crust is used, rub with butter and bake until brown. Fish pie. Soak 1 cupful of stale breadcrumbs in milk. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter, salt, pepper, minced parsley, and thyme to season, and beat until smooth. Skin and bone 2 medium-sized fish, using bass, cod, flounder, or mackerel. Scrape and pound half of the flesh, and add it to the bread paste. Cut the rest of the fish into slices. Season it, and arrange in layers in a deep baking dish, spreading each layer with the paste and seasoning. Cover with thin slices of bacon, and pour over 1 cup of stock. Cover the pie with pastry, leaving a hole in the middle for the steam to escape. Cover with buttered paper, and bake for 3 hours in a slow oven. Take off the paper, brown the crust, and pour into the hole half a cupful of stock, to which a tablespoonful of sherry or white wine has been added. Serve cold. Normandy fish pie. Fill a baking dish with any kind of fish, freed from skin, fat, and bone, and cut into small pieces. Season with minced parsley, grated nutmeg, salt, cayenne, black pepper, and mushroom ketchup. Moisten with white wine and brandy in equal parts, cover, bake, and serve very hot. Fish piquant. Boil the fish whole in water, seasoned well with onion, celery, salt, red pepper, and a tiny bit of garlic. When tender, drain and put on a platter. Mix a lump of butter the size of an egg with 3 tablespoonfuls of flour. Then add the juice of 1 or 2 lemons, according to size. Stir into this 3 cupfuls of the water in which the fish was boiled. Put back on the stove and stir until thickened. Remove from the fire, pour over the well-beaten yolks of 2 eggs, Add some cut-up pickles and olives, pour over the fish, and garnish with parsley or celery tops. Pickled fish. 1. Cut any kind of fish into pieces, dredge with flour and fry. Cover with hot vinegar, adding a sprig of mint and a pod of pepper. Let cool in the liquid, drain and serve very cold. Pickled fish. 2. Cut any firm-fleshed fish into small pieces, dredge with seasoned flour, and fry brown in butter. Cover with boiling water to which half a cupful of vinegar has been added. Add a chopped onion, 2 tablespoonfuls of olive oil, and a teaspoonful each of ground mace, cloves, and allspice. Simmer for an hour, and serve very hot. Potted fish. 1. Pound cold cooked flaked fish to a paste, seasoning highly with salt, mustard, red and black pepper. Add melted butter to moisten, pack closely in small stone jars or cups, and steam for half an hour. Cover with melted butter and keep in a cool place until ready to use. Potted fish. 2. Cut the fish into convenient pieces for serving. For every 6 pounds of fish, allow 1/4 cupful each of salt, black pepper, and stick cinnamon, 1/8 cupful of allspice, and 1 teaspoonful of clove. Put a layer of the fish in the bottom of an earthen pot. Dredge with flour, sprinkle with spices, dot with butter, and continue until the dish is full. Fill the jar with equal parts of vinegar and water. Cover tightly, and bake for 5 hours in a slow oven. Serve cold. Potted fish. 3. Clean, skin, split, bone, and cut in small pieces 3 shad or half a dozen small mackerel. Pack in layers in a small stone jar, sprinkling each layer with salt, cayenne, and whole spices. Cover with vinegar. Close the jar tightly and bake for 5 or 6 hours in a slow oven. Let stand for 2 or 3 days before using. All the small bones will be dissolved. Réchauffé of fish. 1. Take 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish and put in the chafing dish with 2 tablespoonfuls of butter, 1 cupful of crumbs, salt and pepper to season, and 1 egg, beaten smooth with half a cupful of cream. Simmer for 5 or 6 minutes. Réchauffé of fish. 2. Reheat 1 cupful of cooked flaked fish and 1 cupful of cooked macaroni in butter. Season with salt, pepper, and Tabasco sauce, and add 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes. Heat thoroughly and serve. Réchauffé of fish. 3. Prepare a cream sauce, using for liquid equal parts of cream and fish stock. Add cold cooked flaked fish, which has been seasoned with salt, pepper, oil, and lemon juice. Reheat, season with anchovy paste and minced parsley, and serve. Réchauffé of fish. 4. Allow 1 cupful of egg sauce and 4 cupfuls of mashed potato to each 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish. Put a layer of potato in a baking dish, lay the fish upon it, add the sauce, cover with potato, spread with melted butter, and brown in the oven. Réchauffé of fish. 5. Brown a tablespoonful of flour in butter. Add 2 cupfuls of milk and cook until thick, stirring constantly. Season with salt, pepper, cayenne, ginger, and mace. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in the sauce. Réchauffé of fish. 6. Reheat 1 1/2 cupfuls of stewed and strained tomatoes, seasoning with salt and pepper. Warm cold cooked flaked fish in the sauce. Take from the fire, add the yolk of an egg beaten with a little cold water, and serve. The fish may be put on a serving dish, and the sauce poured over it if desired. Fish à la reine. 1. Mix 1 pound of cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper, and minced parsley. Add 3 chopped mushrooms and the yolk of 1 egg, well beaten, and reheat, but do not boil. Serve in paper cases or shells. Fish à la reine. 2. Reheat cold cooked flaked fish in a cream sauce, seasoning with pepper, salt, and minced parsley. Add a cupful of chopped cooked mushrooms, and when very hot, take from the fire and stir in the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Serve in patty shells or individual dishes. Fish rissoles. 1. Flake cold cooked fish, add 1/3 the quantity of grated breadcrumbs, season with salt, pepper, grated onion and melted butter, and add enough well-beaten yolk of egg to make a smooth paste. Cut pie paste into 3-inch squares. Place a teaspoonful of the minced fish in each square, and cover with the paste. Wet the edges to make sure they adhere. Dip the rissoles in egg and crumbs, and fry in deep fat. Fish rissoles. 2. Season a cupful of cold cooked flaked fish with salt, pepper and melted butter. Soak a French roll soft in half a cupful of milk. Add the fish and beat until smooth. Season with a little grated onion and mix with 2 eggs well beaten. Bake in small buttered cups. Turn out and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish salad. Cut a large fish into slices and boil the trimmings in water to cover, with chopped onion, a little butter and pepper and salt to season. Boil for 15 minutes. Strain and simmer the sliced fish in it until done. Take up the fish carefully and squeeze the juice of 3 lemons into the liquid. Season with cayenne, take from the fire, and add the yolks of 6 eggs and the whites of 3, beaten with a little cold water. Reheat, but do not boil. Pour over the fish and let cool. Serve very cold. Fish salad à la Tyrolienne. Add 1 cupful of cooked shrimps cut into dice to 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish. Mix with 4 tablespoonfuls of vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of capers, a pinch of celery seed and a little pepper. Add 1 green pepper freed from seeds and shredded. Mix with mayonnaise and serve on lettuce leaves with a garnish of hard-boiled eggs. Stewed fish. 1. Cover the trimmings of a large fish with cold water. Boil for half an hour and strain. Add 2 fried onions and cover the fish with the liquid. Add the juice of half a lemon and 1 tablespoonful of butter and 2 tablespoonfuls of flour cooked to a smooth paste. Simmer until the fish is done. Season with salt, pepper, minced parsley and mushroom ketchup. Add 1 quart of parboiled oysters and serve. Stewed fish. 2. Boil 3 sliced onions in water to cover until tender and drain. Season the onions with salt, pepper, cloves, mace and allspice. Cover with thick slices of fish. Add white wine or claret and water in equal parts to cover, and bring to the boil. Simmer until the fish is done, and thicken the liquid with butter and flour, cooked together. Stewed or sharp fish. Put in a fish kettle on the stove 1 tablespoonful of fresh butter. When melted, add half an onion cut fine, a tiny piece of garlic cut fine, let brown, then add a tablespoonful of flour lightly browned and enough water to cook the fish. To this liquor add some cut up celery or celery seed, some finely chopped parsley, 2 cloves, 1 bay leaf, a tiny pinch of mace, a small pinch of cayenne pepper, some black pepper, a little ginger and 1 tablespoonful of fresh butter. When this mixture begins to boil, add the fish, which has been cut up and salted. Cook until done. Remove the fish to a platter and add to the liquor 1 cupful of sweet milk, stirring constantly. Boil for 1 minute, then pour over the beaten yolks of 2 eggs, stirring all the time. Slice a lemon over the fish, then pour liquor over. Serve hot or cold. Sweet sour fish. First cut up and salt the fish. Shad or trout is best. Put in a fish kettle with 1½ cupfuls of water and 1 cupful of vinegar. Add 1 onion cut in slices, 1 dozen raisins, 1 lemon cut in slices, 2 bay leaves and 6 cloves. When this mixture begins to boil, put in the fish and cook thoroughly. When done, remove the fish to a platter. Put the liquor back on the stove, add 3 tablespoonfuls of granulated sugar, which has been melted and browned in a frying pan. Then add 2 tablespoonfuls of flour, which has been rubbed smooth with a little water. Let boil well and pour over the fish. If not sweet enough, add more sugar. Serve cold. Sweet sour fish with wine. Put to boil in a fish kettle 1 cupful of water, 1/2 cupful of vinegar, 2 tablespoonfuls of brown sugar, 6 cloves, 1/2 teaspoonful of ground cinnamon, and 1 onion cut in slices. Boil thoroughly. Then strain and add to it 1 lemon cut in slices, 1 wineglassful of red wine, 1 dozen raisins, and 1 tablespoonful of pounded almonds. Return to the fire, and when it comes to a boil, add the fish cut up and salted. Cook until done. Remove the fish to a platter, and to the liquor add a small piece of Lebkuchen or ginger cake, and stir in the well-beaten yolks of 4 eggs. Stir carefully, or it will curdle. If not sweet enough, add more sugar. Pour over the fish. Shad or trout is the best fish to use. Spiced fish. 1. Cook together for 10 minutes 1 cupful of vinegar, 1 tablespoonful of sugar, and 6 each of whole allspice, cloves, and peppercorns. Strain over 2 cupfuls of cold cooked flaked fish, and serve very cold. Spiced fish. 2. Cool 5 pounds of sliced fish in salted water. Drain, cool, and skin. Boil together a quart of vinegar, 2 blades of mace, a small onion sliced, a small red pepper, 2 tablespoonfuls of grated horseradish, 6 cloves, a bay leaf, a tablespoonful of mustard seed, and 1/2 cupful of water. Put the fish into an earthen jar. Pour over the hot spiced vinegar, and let stand in a cold place for 2 days before using. Fish timbale. Pound in a mortar 1 pound of fresh raw fish and press through a purée sieve. To every cupful of fish pulp add a tablespoonful of bread crumbs soaked until soft in cream. Add also the beaten yolk of 1 egg, and salt, pepper, grated onion, and nutmeg to season. Beat thoroughly, and for every cupful of pulp fold in the whites of 2 eggs beaten stiff. Fill a well-buttered mould 3/4 full, set it into a pan of warm water, cover with buttered paper, and bake for 20 minutes. Do not let the water boil. Turn out on a platter, and serve with any preferred sauce. Fish timbale. 1. Run through a meat chopper twice 1/2 pound of white fleshed fish. Add 1 cupful of soft bread crumbs which have been boiled to a smooth paste in a little milk. Cool, add to the fish, press through a sieve, add 6 tablespoonfuls of cream, and salt and pepper to season. Fold in carefully the stiffly beaten whites of 5 eggs. Butter a small timbale mould, fill with the mixture, and put in a baking pan 1/2 full of boiling water. Cover with buttered paper, bake for 20 minutes, and serve with cream sauce. Fish timbale. 2. Chop cold cooked fish fine, and mix to a smooth paste with bread crumbs soaked in milk. Season with melted butter and grated onion, and moisten with the beaten yolks of eggs. Bake in buttered individual moulds, turn out, and serve with a sauce made of 1 cupful of stewed and strained tomatoes, mixed with a wineglass full of sherry and 1/2 cupful of cream, and thickened with the beaten yolks of 2 eggs. Add a few shrimps and cooked oysters to the sauce, pour around the timbale, and serve. Fish timbale. 3. Chop fine 1 cupful of raw fish and rub it through a sieve. Season with salt, pepper, and grated onion, and add a dozen blanched almonds, chopped fine. Fold in 1 cupful of whipped cream and the whites of 4 eggs, beaten very stiff. Fill small buttered moulds, set into a pan of hot water, and bake carefully. Fish timbale. 4. Add 1 cupful of cold cooked flaked fish to 1 cupful of very thick cream sauce, and season with salt, cayenne, lemon juice, and minced parsley. Take from the fire, add the yolks of 3 eggs, well beaten and cooled. Fold in the whites of 3 eggs, beaten stiff. Fill buttered individual moulds 2/3 full, set into a pan of hot water, and bake for 15 or 20 minutes. Serve with any preferred sauce. Turbot of fish. 1. Prepare a cream sauce, seasoning with grated onion, powdered mace, minced parsley, and lemon juice. Add the yolks of 2 eggs. Put a layer of cold cooked flaked fish in a buttered baking dish, season with salt, pepper, and lemon juice, spread with the sauce, and repeat until the dish is full. cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese, and brown in the oven. Turbot of fish. 2. Cut thin slices of fish into narrow strips, remove the skin, dip in seasoned oil and roll up, fastening with wooden toothpicks. Dip in seasoned flour or in beaten egg and crumbs. Fry in deep fat, and serve with any preferred sauce. If preferred, do not roll the fish, but fry the strips straight. Fish turbot. Reheat any kind of cold cooked fish in a cream sauce, adding the beaten yolk of an egg to the sauce. Put into a buttered baking dish, cover with crumbs, dot with butter, sprinkle with grated Parmesan cheese if desired, and bake brown. Or put the fish and the sauce in the baking pan in separate layers. Fish toast. Mix cold cooked flaked fish with cream sauce, seasoning with salt, pepper, lemon juice and minced parsley. Add the yolks of 2 eggs beaten with a little milk, and heat thoroughly, but do not boil. Spread on very hot buttered toast. Fish à la vinaigrette. Flake cold cooked fish and arrange on a platter with a border of lettuce leaves. Pour over it a French dressing to which chopped olives, capers and pickles have been added. End of Section 43.